that. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order and welcome everyone to our October 27, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. We'll move to item 2.2, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. Those that can stand, please do. We'll just wait a second for our flag. Thank you. And I'll go ahead and start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
for
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone, for that. And Mark, we'll go ahead and move on to roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown? We'll come back for Trustee Brown. Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
I'm here.
Trustee Weinstein? And we'll come back for Trustee Weinstein. Vice President Reese?
Here.
And President Bonilla?
Here.
There is a quorum present.
Thank you. We'll go ahead, Madam Vice President, and do report out from action taken in closed session.
We have no report outs from closed session tonight, Madam President.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2.5, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Thank you. And we'll take roll call.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Oh, good. You're here. Wonderful. Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? Okay, we'll come back. Trustee Reese?
Here, and apparently Karen cannot get in. So I will send her my link. Karen
Okay.
will get in.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
The agenda is
and
approved.
Thank you. And if you can allow me to co-host with you, I will try to help you manage just a little. We'll move to approval of the minutes. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Thank you. We'll take roll call.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? We'll come back. Trustee Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Hello.
Yes.
Minutes approved.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and move to Associated Student Government Report. Madam Vice President, do we have students for their reports?
Yes, we do, Madam President.
Yeah.
We have 3. We have Maya Henderson from Merritt College, John Yen from Berkeley City College, and Alicia Raya from Laney College. Maya, are you in the room?
Sorry. Okay.
Yes, I'm here. This is Maya from Merritt College.
Hi, Maya.
Hello.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Kumitin I called Bino. Yeah.
Maya, did you have a Associated Student of Merritt College report you wanted to give?
I'll go to
No, I don't. This is actually my first time attending the meeting, so I'm just here to observe.
Ah, okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome, Maya.
Thank you.
John Yen, Berkeley City College, and then Alicia Raya. Are either of you in the room?
Mark, I believe that John Nguyen is in the attendees.
Yes, I've just allowed him to talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is John Nguyen. I am the director of campus life at Berkeley City College. I know that many of you would probably prefer to hear Liam's voice instead of mine, but unfortunately, just like many of our students, he does have class around this time, so he did ask me to represent ASBCC on his behalf. So I'll go ahead and read the ASBCC report. So our current reality is that students in general are going through difficult and uncertain times. Unfortunately, with so many things to worry about, they're looking for support. Berkeley City College with the associated students is offering food and basic needs support, and the student leaders are focused on getting the word out there by means of social media. Over 8,000 meals has been given to the community in Berkeley every single Friday, provided by the World Central Kitchen and Eat, Learn, Play Foundation. The ASBCC has made a consistent effort to highlight voting as a priority for students. These have so far culminated in a debate watch party, a Berkeley City College voter guide, a phone banking initiative, and a trivia night competition. Many faculty members have also supported these student efforts by advertising events and passing along crucial information. The ASBCC will keep up their efforts leading up to the election. On another hand, there is an upcoming statewide student business leadership conference hosted by the Pi Beta Lambda organization. The conference deals with practical business education through individual and team competitions, as well as collaborative and networking activities between members of chapters across the state. The ASBCC has taken upon themselves to support students by funding up to 10 individuals, 10 Berkeley City College students, to represent Berkeley City College at the conference, which in turn, these students can gain leadership skills and experience that they can bring back to Berkeley City College to continue effective student organizing. It should be an exciting and eventful 2 weeks ahead, and the ASBCC is looking forward to providing updates in the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Let us move on to Alicia Raya.
We
just saw her. She's here.
You should be allowed to speak now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, Alicia.
Hello, greetings, trustees. So very happy to report that the ASLC is working very hard since the last time that we've spoke. Senator Veronica Ten designed with their very own hands and creativity reusable cloth masks to be distributed to Laney students, along with disposable masks and information on how to best use the two to be most safe when going out during the pandemic. We have partnered with Oakland Rising Action to host an Empowered Students for Prop 15 phone bank, which will actually take place tomorrow from 2 to 5. So for those listening, there's still time to register and join us. More information can be found at AS Laney College Instagram. We are working diligently to advocate for student basic needs to be heard and met as we collectively navigate these times. The ASLC recognizes strongly that students need healing and safe spaces to process this time together, especially after this very critical, November 3rd date. At this time, we are working to organize facilitated discussion spaces and will discuss and possibly take action on prioritizing budget funds to bring holistic healers and trained mental health personnel to our digital community at our next meeting. We hope to have your support in doing this. Our actions within the ASLC is largely modeled after you all demonstrating your willingness to be visionary and bold when making decisions to best serve all Peralta students. And so speaking of, thank you again for your unanimous decision to end Peralta's $4 million contract with the Alameda County Sheriffs. We are really looking forward to this being reinvested in students as we recognize safety means more than just a security apparatus. And I'm happy to share that each member of our board has been introduced to the action plan for holistic safety and wellness for the Peralta community, submitted to you all by the Black Minds Matter group, which I am a proud member of. I am so proud of the way that this plan so eloquently echoes what I have raised here. The safety for students means mental health resources, ensuring students have full bellies, providing counselors and healers that look like us, that we can trust and understand our varied experiences and traumas. This plan is comprehensive and in alignment with our shared values to create a safe haven for students free from policing. So with this in mind, I urge you to not let your visionary decision turn into allowing the violence of policing to continue at Peralta with simply a changed face and name. I urge you to continue keeping students' best interest in mind as you seek to replace the sheriffs. The ASLC is eager to work with you in creating a holistic safety plan, so please do not accept and revise the current job description for the Director of Public Safety that would ensure that only law enforcement officials would qualify, as this is out of alignment with your visionary and courageous vote on June 23rd. So thank you, and looking forward to speaking again soon.
Thank you, Alicia. Madam President, those are our only student reports for the evening.
Thank you. And thank you, students. Always good to hear from you. We will move on to our Peralta Classified Senate report.
So that's the 2996. Terrence, you should be able to talk.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Walters, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have two classified Senate campus reports. The first report comes from the Laney College Classified Senate. The Laney College Classified Senate eagerly awaits an update from the district regarding our new campus security solution. The Senate looks forward to working with students, faculty, and administrators within our college's Health and Safety Committee and other shared governance bodies to improve our campus community security. The second report comes from the Merritt College Classified Senate. The Merritt Classified Senate is preparing to work with administration to devise a plan to improve remote work efficiency by identifying areas of concern within instruction, student services, and business services, and developing a classified task force to work with administration to identify ways to better align our current processing procedures within our remote working environment. Senate President Sachetta Henry would like to commend classifieds for their participation in the Grab and Go lunch distribution program at the David E. Glover Education and Technology Center. And lastly, the Merritt Classified Senate has expressed concern regarding the position of Vice President of Administrative Services, particularly the effect it may have on classifieds within business services, as there's not enough classified personnel within that area. A special meeting will be held to further discuss our concerns with President Johnson. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you so much for that. We'll move now to our Peralta Academic Senate report.
Thank you, President Bonilla. Hello to the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Walter,
Thank
and
you,
all the rest of
President Bonilla. Hello to the Board of Trustees.
Let me mute Terrence. There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. All right, so the faculty are obviously online and working, and there's some courses that are being taught face-to-face, and they're following all of the protocols to do that, the health and safety ones, and so all of those have been going well. Faculty have also been moving forward with preparing for the spring to be online. And so for people who are still trying to get certified and for classes to be prepared to teach in the spring, that's all happening. One of the interesting things that's been going on in terms of the Senate, the Academic Senate, has been at the statewide level. There has been and continue to be major initiatives addressing the call to action by our state chancellor. And there has been any number of different resolutions and actions that have tried to address anything hiring of more diverse faculty to trying to address within the various structures of our colleges and districts more diversity, equity-mindedness, and inclusion. So I hope that the board will begin to try to address these issues as we move along as well. Finally, I'd like to also commend the Black Minded Matters folks who've been diligently working since spring of last year. They've released a 10-point plan about how to address not only about the security at the colleges, but to address it in a holistic manner. And they have looked at and want to emphasize areas around mental health, areas around restorative justice and mediation. They are looking also that there needs to be a component there for insecurity in terms of food and housing. And so we hope that the administration, we hope that the trustees will try to look at this issue in a more holistic way and not simply with who is basically the security on a campus. And so we encourage this evening as you address those issues that you look at that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Donald Moore. And we will now move to public communications. Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. We have 7 individuals in the queue. Our first speaker is Jennifer Shanowski, and then our second speaker is Chris Weidenbach. Jennifer, are you in the room?
I am. Well, I'm not in your room, but I'm in my room. I was just reflecting on the fact that I used to drag my kids to these meetings and have to wait for closed session to be over, but now I can do the dishes while I wait for closed session to be over. Good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, administration, and public who's listening. I wanted to start off by thanking the Associated Students of Merritt College who organized a Yes on Prop 16 rally at Lake Merritt the Friday before last. They had a really great group of speakers, and I was really proud of the student leaders there in taking that initiative and putting that forward. I also want to give a quick shout out to our IT department and thank them for changing the go live date for the PeopleSoft upgrade. Really thank you to all of the administration for listening to the faculty feedback and concerns about that and changing the date in response. So we really appreciate that. I look forward to participating on the testing team and finally updating our PeopleSoft system to get, into some modern technology. I'm really looking forward to the HR upgrade that I understand is coming in the next year or so, so that we can monitor EPAFs and sick leave time and all of those other things that will be included there. I wanted to point out an issue that we're having throughout the district. PFT is really concerned about the implementation of AP 4105. This is Administrative Procedure 4105 that deals with online instruction. We're trying to work through it. We appreciate the support and conversations with the college presidents. And we just want to note that currently many of the colleges are listing staff in the schedules or planning to list staff in their schedules as a result of AP 4105. And this is something that as a department chair, I was told time and time again to avoid at all costs because it had a negative impact on our enrollment. And so I'd just like to say here publicly that that's something that I hope that we really consider or reconsider, because we all know that enrollment is something that we're all concerned with and that we want to maximize to every extent, possible. A couple items on tonight's agenda that I just wanted to mention. I was surprised to see almost $1 million in legal services, $750,000 in legal services on the agenda. And that includes support for labor negotiations, despite the fact that we're not actually engaged in negotiating a new collective bargaining agreement, since we just settled one through spring 2022. Seems like a lot of money for supporting a district that already has a number of really great legal minds in it. I was really happy to see the health and safety update. I know that Alicia Rea already commented on some of it. I want to echo her comments, and I'm glad to see that the district is moving forward on a comprehensive safety plan that supports faculty, staff, students, and our community. As you've heard during public comments previous to tonight, it's a difficult issue with many challenges, and PFT really encourages the district to continue with this plan and consider additional mental health services and restorative justice training as part of the plan. As Alicia mentioned earlier, Peralta's Black Minds Matter group, headed by past PFT President Kimberly King and Laney student president Alicia Rea, are currently circulating a comprehensive plan that includes these wraparound services. And we really encourage the district to take those seriously. Finally, I wanted to point out that parcel tax expenditure plans are on tonight's agenda. And I want to give a really positive shout out to the college presidents who put these together at the college level and followed the revised AP on parcel tax. We're really, really thrilled to see that certain classes are being identified as being funded through parcel tax dollars, as was originally intended when the parcel tax was passed several
Jennifer,
years.
you're at your time. Just heads up.
Okay, I just have like 2 more sentences. We really encourage the district to continue following that practice by and removing classes that are funded through the parcel tax from productivity calculations, as has been mentioned at the board meetings before. Last, I just want to remember 2 of our faculty colleagues who have passed away recently. It seems like we're having these remembrances too often lately. Guy Faulkner, who was a real estate faculty member at Merritt College for many, many years. I knew him the entire time I've worked at Merritt. He always met me with a smile. He was always worried about his students and how to support them and how to support his department. And Scott Strain, Laney College faculty member, who I knew as a tower reporter of the Laney Tower, and really served the students and the faculty and the college and right up until the end. So I'm hoping that we can take a moment of silence for each of these long-term faculty members and maybe do something that's more long-lasting for the folks that give their lives to our colleges and unfortunately are lost while employees here. And that's it. With that, I would like to end.
Jennifer, Chris Weidenbach, are you in the room? And then Kimberly King.
Hi, this is Chris. I just hit unmute, so hopefully you all can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I've mentioned before how honored I feel to have worked with the group of faculty, students, and classified professionals. We decided to call ourselves Black Minds Matter at Peralta. And I'm also very happy to mention some positive responses members of Black Minds Matter at Peralta have received from district administrators and other personnel whose responsibilities involve security and will continue to. With that in mind, I'd like to draw folks' attention to the second point in the 10-point plan that Donald Moore mentioned a few moments ago. The second point of our action plan for holistic safety and wellness is about engaging participatory governance committees and taking advantage of the tremendous campus and district expertise. We believe an ad hoc or existing district level participatory governance committee operating within the planning and budgeting integration model is needed to work with the new community safety contractors and the colleges to develop effective campus-specific security and safety plans. Campus-level security decisions will do great work, and they understand the situations at the 4 colleges very well. Personnel who work closest to past and current security concerns, including facilities managers, discipline officers, deans, and their staff who respond to campus conflicts and conduct issues, must be included. And I wish that would have happened earlier, honestly. I was anxious about our work on at Black Minds Matter, where we didn't always have tremendous participation from people who work in those areas. So we also didn't have any authority to cajole them into participating, and we weren't sure what would happen. So I feel like now that those communications from people at the district, including VC SADA, it means so much, because now we're moving towards something really real. And I hope that everyone understands how vital it is to bring in the people who've been doing this, the quiet, steady work on the safety committees for so many years. And they really do have expertise that's important.
You're right.
Can I just hit one last sentence here? We would like for the health and safety committees we'd like their concerns to be broadened to include mental health counselors, the wellness center directors, associated students representatives, and staffs from departments across the campus. Let's just do a collegial, collaborative effort here, and then we're going to get things right. And it's time to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kimberly King and Adele Ray. Kimberly, are you in the room?
Yes, and I should add that Mariria Shaw has ceded her time to Kimberly.
Thank you. So how many minutes do I have then?
6 minutes.
Okay, that'll be plenty of time. Okay. First, I want to reiterate on behalf of myself, the Black Minds Matter at Peralta Group, and all of the East Bay students and community members who are so proud of the step that
they blew it out.
Sorry, who are so proud, that wasn't me, who are so proud of the step that the Peralta District made in replacing the sheriffs with a non-policing safety plan. I am hopeful with the selection of 2 community-oriented safety agencies to help keep our campuses safe and secure. But there are 2 components of the solution that was reflected in the Black Minds Matter petition that was signed by over 1,900 people. And there were 2 components in the national movement against systemic racism and police terror, and 4 Black Lives Mattering, And that is number one, to divest from law enforcement, and number two, to invest in community needs. And as ASLC President Reyes said, safety is more than a security apparatus. Chancellor Walter, VC Sata, and Board of Trustees, I urge you not to short shrift this important project by focusing only on eliminating the sheriffs and not investing more in student needs. We want to set this up for success. We want all our students and our staff to feel safe and to be safe and secure. To accomplish that, the safety plan needs to be holistic and needs to include things like mental health, restorative justice, and student basic needs. There is state funding for mental health services. There's funds from the CARES Act, and now a new grant from the J. Pritzker Foundation for student basic needs, in addition to some of that money from the $4 million sheriff's contract. The Black Minds Matter Peralta group is a volunteer group of faculty, students, staff, and community members. And as was mentioned, we've been meeting every week since early June to try to do our part to help support the district's transition to non-policing safety. As was mentioned, we produced an action plan for holistic safety and wellness for the Peralta community, and we'll make sure that it's shared with everyone. We have sent it to the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor Sata, and Royal Roberts, and other great people at the district who are responding and are listening. But we urge it to be incorporated into Peralta's new safety plan. We're part of a historic and visionary direction of campus safety and security. In doing our research, we found that Peralta has between half and 1/3 of the mental health counselors we should have, given our student population. We look forward to meeting with Royal Roberts, Etheria Smith, Vice Chancellor Sata, and Chancellor Walter to bring about a holistic plan, to do our part to bring that to y'all. We also want to thank Siri Brown, Dr. Siri Brown, for her important role in helping to move this work for real safety and social justice forward. We also want to express concern and strong disagreement with the job description for the new position of safety director. The education and experience sections of this job description pretty much ensure that only a law enforcement official would be qualified. This is a serious contradiction that threatens the success of the alternative path that we are on to true safety and security without armed law enforcement. It won't really work to have law enforcement be the leadership for a community security approach. And it's not in line with the spirit of the board's vote to discontinue the contract with law enforcement. We hope that the board's decision and the spirit and language of the community safety RFP can also be used for the job description and to assess any candidate wishing to direct security for Peralta. Finally, like Chris said, we urge you to go through the established shared governance channels to ensure fair participation of those who work on our campuses. The people on the campuses are the ones who know the most about what is needed, and we need them to know what's going on so that we can really build a safe environment together. The second point in our holistic plan is to engage participatory governance committees and campus expertise. So in closing, I just want to thank you again for this visionary approach, and just really, I hope we can all work together to really bring it to fruition and not short shrift this wonderful direction that we're going in. We can have safety on our campuses in a way that works for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly. Let's move on to Adele Ray and Amy Borges.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Adele Ray. I'm a local filmmaker and video producer. I've taught at Berkeley City College and will return teaching there when the pandemic is over. I'm an Oakland resident, a voter, a taxpayer, and a parent of a child who will may one day go to Peralta colleges. I'm part of the Black Minds Matter at Peralta group that helped write the petition, which you've heard already from Kimberly and everybody else. So I don't have to go into the details of that, but I just wanted to point out two things tonight. First, I hope that the future Director of Public Safety job description is updated and revised. I hope you reject the current description as it is written now. It is clear to me that the language in the description is outdated and needs to factor in the new community-minded safety services that Peralta will now be adopting. Most importantly, it should not require traditional law enforcement experience. Also, the language in the description states that candidates must have knowledge of internal policies, which doesn't really make sense. Are you limiting the job only to someone who has already worked internally and who has already worked with the sheriffs? This really concerns me, and it seems it wasn't thought through. I don't think anybody did it out of malice or anything, but it's concerning. So please don't approve the job description as it stands, and please work on revising it. Lastly, and most importantly, the document that we have drafted, it's coming and we're really excited about it, and about the services, as well as bringing in all the departments from all the colleges to make us safer. As people mentioned, using restorative justice training, mental health aid training, and basic needs services. Others will speak. I guess people have been speaking, and I'm really excited. I'm so grateful for this board, for the ethical direction it's gone. And we look forward to meeting with Chancellor White again, and VC Sada, and other district leaders like Siri Brown and Royal Roberts. They've been amazing, and I just want to say thank you, and we have much gratitude. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Let us go to Amy Borquez and Janelle Tilson.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. Again, my name is Amy Borges. I'm a biology faculty at Laney College and have been a member of the Peralta Community College District for 17 and a half years now. I wanted to say thank you so much to the board for their support in non-police safety. And as been mentioned, I'm very much so looking forward to the implementation and consideration of our Black Minds Matter Holistic Safety Plan. But again, would like to point out, as you've previously heard, a potential revisiting of the job description for the Director of Public Safety to consider alternatives to law enforcement experience. This pandemic has provided us a unique opportunity to reevaluate what it means to be an educational institution. As we take steps to move back to campus, what types of learning environments do we want to offer our students? Do we want one where we can demonstrate that we have been paying attention to their voices, where we are leading by example and truly putting our students' overall health first, where restorative justice techniques are used not only for conflict resolution, but to build real community in our classrooms and across campuses, as opposed to the punitive pathways that support and perpetuate systems of violence we have so clearly seen this last year. Can we invest those funds into creating safe spaces for learning, including trainings for all community members, in harm reduction, in restorative practices, and increasing funding for mental health support, and provide our students with the safe space they truly deserve? Will we join the educational institutions across the globe and take actions for students' overall well-being? Again, I ask that we continue to show support by looking at our holistic safety plan and reevaluating and revising the job description for the public safety director to include alternatives to law enforcement experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy. And our last speaker for the evening, is Janelle Tillotson. Janelle, are you in the room? Our last speaker for the evening.
I'm sorry, I was muted.
No worries. Hi, Janelle.
Hi. My name, again, is Janelle Tillotson. I am very proud to be a counselor at Laney College, the diversity chair for the PFT, and I'm also a proud member of the Black Minds Matter group at Peralta. I'm also so extremely proud to be a part of this district where our Board of Trustees ended funding the Alameda County Sheriff's Department back in June. I'm also grateful that our administrators, faculty, classified professionals, and students are working toward new and comprehensive community-based public safety services that are meant to help our community not just feel safe, but be safer than ever before. We all want to create a student-centered environment where everyone is safe and secure. That's why I'm here to promote the Black Minds Matter at Peralta's vision of holistic safety and wellness, which takes a comprehensive, innovative, and collective approach, if I do say so myself, to reinvest in the public safety interventions and methods that will make us safer. With the funds saved from the ASCO contract, we outlined the ways in which new interventions like a community-based security team can work in concert with our existing constituencies that serve the community. Hiring more mental health therapists for students, expanding hiring and training of campus safety aides, offering restorative justice and mental health first aid trainings for all Peralta citizens, institutionalizing programs to address students' basic needs, and providing case management services for students are just some of the ideas we have drafted as a vision for us to become a trailblazing model to invest in our community, improve our collective competency and our emotional intelligence, and to make us all truly safer. Thank you to all who are forwarding this effort. And again, I'm just very appreciative to be a part of this effort and movement. I look forward to connecting with many of you in the future.
Thank you, Janelle, for that. And I believe we have actually one last speaker, and her name is Veronica Steiner. I believe she's in the waiting room. Is she in?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Greetings to the Board of Trustees and the greater community of the Peralta District. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Veronica Steiner and I am a student at Laney College. I'm also a writer and the features editor for our district student-run publication, The Citizen. We recently published an editorial piece addressing a concern brought up at the last Board of Trustees meeting by Trustee Linda Handy, and I encourage you all to take some time to read it over. From that piece, you will learn more about our newsroom and how it's run, and a more in-depth look into a few of our students, including me. Please understand, although I am a part of The Citizen, tonight I speak for myself. As you will read in my editorial, I was lucky enough to lose my job this past April due to the pandemic, which ultimately led me to this district and the journalism program. When I signed up for classes, this fall, I was met with a lot of issues you regularly address and have pledged to fix at your previous board meetings I've attended. Registering was difficult, getting a response from IT was even more frustrating, and the outdated software made me question if enrolling at Peralta was the right decision. My first day of classes and every day since have made me realize that those worries and difficulties were a result of bureaucracies meant to serve our students, not the program in which I enrolled. The journalism department's courses are a direct school to career pipeline. The value the program has brought to my life is hard to describe, even for a writer. What we learn and produce within the classroom shapes our abilities to get the jobs we want after we finish these degrees. My citizen articles are my pitch deck to potential employers. So to the board members, I ask you all to consider the roads that have led you to run for these Peralta Board of Trustees seats. What motivated you? Who inspired you? Why do you think your area decided you were the best voice to represent them? Please allow me to leave you with these closing comments. It is the board that we elect as students, community members, and American citizens. Please remember why you ran and who you're representing, because as students, we truly are depending on you to do what is best for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Veronica. And Madam President, I believe that those are all of the public speakers for this evening.
Thank you for that, and thank you, speakers. We'll move on to item 2.11, Chancellor's report. Chancellor.
Thank you, President Bonilla. Good evening, Vice President Reese and Board of Trustees, our public, community, colleagues, and visitors. For our item today for Chancellor's reports, we have 4 items. But for our first item, I'm going to invite Mark McCallum to talk with us today about the advocacy efforts that we have been making, or that his firm has been making on our behalf, and talk about some future directions. So Mark,
Great. And
thank
you, Chancellor, President Bonilla, trustees, administration, faculty, members of the public. Good to be here. I do miss not being there in person, but I'm sure you all miss that as well. But I'll go through a brief PowerPoint on this past year and then what we expect for next year. And then happy to open it to any questions that you might have. So next slide. My name is Mark McDonald with McCallum Group. Just real quick, next slide, how we work. We do 2 conference calls every week, and your chancellor has been participating in those. And she participated in them actually before becoming the chancellor. But we do a Monday conference call, which is basically the day-to-day workings of the Capitol. If there's bills or Title V regulations that have been proposed, we'll go over those. And the idea is to get feedback from your on-the-ground staff that know the most about those issues, and then get that information back to us so that we can advocate on your behalf. And then the other conference call we have is on Thursday mornings, and Chancellor Walter participates in this one, and there are a number of other multi-college district chancellors that also participate in this call, and it provides an opportunity to go over high-level issues like the budget or other major issues that may be coming through, and it also provides an opportunity for the chancellors to share different issues that are going on at their local districts, either the challenges or the opportunities that they might have. From that call, we get direction moving forward as to how to best advocate on your behalf. Next slide. So just briefly going over the 2021 budget. As you know, it was a completely different budget in May than it had ended up in January when it was first introduced. And the COVID-19 pandemic put a real dent in the budget, where we had to deal with a $58 billion problem. Next slide. For Proposition 98, the majority of the issue was addressed with deferrals as opposed to cuts. 11 billion in deferrals for, that's all of Prop 98. So that's K-14. That's not just community colleges. Next slide. So the deferrals for community colleges were about 1.5 billion. And there is relief for districts that cannot meet obligations, but the total cap on each month of deferral system-wide is 30 million. Now, there was language that indicated that if the federal government came up with a stimulus package by October 15th, then most of those deferrals could be overturned, but that obviously didn't happen. I will say that it doesn't mean that they can't go in and make changes. The budget, the next budget proposal will be introduced in January. And, I will say right now, things are looking positive. If there's a change in administration and the Senate flips, then potentially in January, there could be a pretty major stimulus package that goes through that would then enable the state to roll back some of those deferrals. I will also add that for the first 3 months of the fiscal year, the first quarter of the fiscal year, the state has collected $8 billion more in revenues than they had projected in the Budget Act. Now, I would be cautiously optimistic on those two things because we still have another quarter before January of economic information before the governor introduces his budget in January. But we could see a situation where a good chunk of those deferrals do get overturned or reversed, which would provide some additional cash flow for you. Next slide. So some of the things that came out of our budget initiative moving forward was when we realized that there was a whole different ballgame with the global pandemic and that budgets were completely different at the local level as well. We advocated for a $120 million COVID-19 block grant, which was very flexible in how you could spend that money. I've heard a lot of discussions about mental health, getting students re-engaged. Those were all areas that funding could be spent, and it was allocated based on FTES. And then we had kind of another crisis when we found out that the CARES money from the federal government could not be used to help undocumented students. So we moved quickly, and there was 11 million in funding that was allocated for undocumented students. And this money goes out based on the number of AB 540 students that you have. And then two other items, there was $10 million in legal services for undocumented students, where you can partner with legal entities to provide services to your undocumented students. And then, another big issue for this district was the extension for 2 more years of the hold harmless while we try to deal with the inequities of the funding formula. Next slide. Other good news, a reduction in the employer contribution for PERS and STIRS for the next 2 years of about 2% for each one. Next slide. And then the Calbright College was reduced. It was actually the only college that took a cut. Everybody else took deferrals, but ongoing money was hit by 5 million and one-time funds reduced by 40 million. Next slide. So I'll just go over quickly some bills that were signed, some pertinent bills that the governor signed and will go into effect January 1st. Next slide. The first one is AB 1460. This is the CSU Ethnic Studies Bill, and it would require the CSU colleges to offer courses in ethnic studies in the 21-22 academic year. And then by 24-25, students who graduate would have to have at least one course in ethnic studies. And even though it's a CSU requirement, it will impact community college students. And I'll get to a budget request at the end regarding this, because it'll impact what happens if students take an ethnic studies course at a community college, how that transfers. Does it impact the ADTs as students work to go from a community college to a CSU and only do 60 units? Next slide. The next one is AB 2288. This provides you some flexibility in your clinical placements on your nursing programs. Allows you to do what's called simulation, because during the pandemic, it was difficult to get students into clinical placements. So this provides some flexibility while there's a state of emergency. Next slide. AB 2884, very positive measure. It allows you to use your lottery funds to provide grants to students for housing and food insecurity. Before, you can only use them for instructional materials. This provides some flexibility for those funds. There's not a lot of them, but it's a pot of money that you can access now for some much needed services. Next slide. And then the final one was the College Promise. This was extended to members of the armed forces who may get pulled away for active duty and they're no longer considered first-time students. They would be able to come back and still be considered first-time students and be able to access free tuition. Next slide. And then finally, the education trailer bill had two things. Again, lottery funds allow you to purchase electronics. So one of the big issues was getting laptops into the hands of students, and then connectivity to the internet for students. You could use your lottery funds to purchase those for students. And then it adds the lieutenant governor as a voting member of the board of governors. So she would be the only ad hoc member, so to speak. The governor nor the treasurer or any of the other statewide offices serve on the board of governors. Excuse me. Next slide. We have two major ballot measures that will impact higher education this year. Next slide. They are Prop 15. I mean, as you all know, I'm sure, Prop 15 split roll property tax, and then Prop 16, which would end the ban on affirmative action. Just quickly, I have a couple slides with the polling on it, but when I submitted the PowerPoint, it was a couple weeks ago, so I do have some new polling. Next slide. So Prop 15, the split roll, would, when it's fully implemented, it'll be implemented over about 4 years. When it's fully implemented, it would be about 11.9 or 12 million in additional revenue to Peralta. It's been slightly up in most polls, but it's been around 50%. In the most recent PPIC poll, it was 49% yes, 46% no. So the bottom line is it's going to be a very close vote. And then next slide. Proposition 16 actually has been moving more in the positive direction the last couple weeks. So early polls about a month ago had it slightly behind, but I just got a new poll from David Bender Research earlier today that had the measure tied at 45%, with 10% undecided. And I think on this one, it's really gonna matter where the undecided voters come in, or the ones that are registered as no party preference. It's favored heavily by Democrats, opposed by Republicans. So it's really going to matter, like I said, where the no party preference votes come in on this one. Next slide. So issues for next year, just kind of a couple major issues that have boiled up to the top that we'll continue to discuss as we go into January in the next legislative session. Next slide. So the Board of Governors submits a request every year to the Department of Finance for consideration in their January budget. And I'll just go over these quickly. One is a request for an automatic property tax backfill like K-12 has. And then I heard earlier in the discussion from the Academic Senate mentioned this, a focus on faculty and staff diversity. And there's a suite of requests that are being made to improve faculty and staff diversity. And that includes 20 million for equal employment opportunity implementation, money for a statewide fellowship program that would help transition graduate students into faculty positions, some more money for full-time faculty hiring, and then, as I mentioned earlier, money for a task force focused on successful implementation of the ethnic studies requirement. And community colleges are going to have to be at the table for that discussion. And then highlighting a couple other things, 50 million for a student emergency support and response block grant. And this would be similar to that 120 million COVID-19 block grant that we received this year. Next slide. Funding for mental health, funding for the Emoja program, funding for implementation of a transfer guarantee to historically Black colleges and universities, and then Cal Grant reform are all on the table. And then, of course, the capital outlay program, which includes the acceleration of the College of Alameda Aviation Complex that was approved at the end of the legislative session this year. Next slide. There'll be, Assemblyman Medina will carry a bill to expand and extend the community college baccalaureate degree program, authorizing more colleges to offer programs. Next slide. There's going to be discussions around funding formula reform. Like this district in Hold Harmless, there needs to be a way to get out of Hold Harmless, and those discussions are going to happen this year. Next slide. Transfer reform, the master plan, or the committee on the master plan for higher education has focused on transfer reform this year. So there's going to be a lot of discussions around, particularly the ADT, what's gone right, what's gone wrong, how we can improve students getting from community colleges to four-year universities. Next slide. And then non-credit, providing some incentive for colleges to offer short-term vocational programs by changing the way non-credit vocational programs are funded. So with that, I know it's a lot of information. Happy to take any questions that there might be at this time.
Thank you for that, Mark. And we will look for trustees to either raise their hands or indicate that they have some questions. I'll ask Mark to help me scan. And so I want to thank you for this presentation. It's a very comprehensive overview of what's going on at our state capitol. And I do see Trustee Brown in the queue.
Sorry, I was
Brown?
a bit slow on the uptake there, trying to push the right buttons on this
Okay.
phone. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hi, Trustee. How are you?
I'm doing good. So a while back, you and Patrick were helping us with the student-centered funding formula assessment, or I should say consideration of the cost of living in the Bay Area. And I'm wondering if that's going anywhere, or I should say, what is the status? Have we made any headway? Is there any thought about addressing the high cost of living in certain areas of California?
Yeah, that's being readily discussed. I think there's two things going on. There is in statute one of the, I think, downfalls of the funding formula is there are too many cooks in the kitchen at this point. But there is the statutory funding formula oversight committee that's meeting and has been discussing that, and they've been deadlocked. And then there is the Community College League funding formula task force, and that's chaired by Willie Duncan at Sierra College, and he is not one of our clients, but I've been in constant contact and communication with him. And they're looking at that right now. And I think with our group that we have that meets on Thursdays, because I think the majority of those districts are in hold harmless at this time, that is something that's going to be discussed. It got, just to be honest, it got shelved last year because of the pandemic. And there was a complete 90-degree turn and urgency on what needed to get done. But that's going to be addressed this year. One of the other things they're looking at is on that, Trustee Brown, is an adjustment to your regional, in your regional federal financial aid take. So you adjust your cost of living with the federal government, and that would in turn impact the number of Pell Grant students that you get locally. But to answer your question, that still is on the table. It's something that's going to be discussed this year, and I think there's going to be an outcome this year.
One follow-up question, that there was also the issue of certain areas such as Alameda County, LA County, having a higher number of formerly incarcerated students, people who were who had a ability to benefit, may not be may not be Pell eligible because of some of the changes when the Pell was negotiated in the prior federal higher ed package. So is there a discussion regarding including students that, or categories of students that need more support, foster kids, formerly incarcerated, and not counting them only once, but
right.
if there's, that was part of it. People, there are people who were, if they were duplicated, they need the money because of certain different challenges, but they were counted once, which means if you're in an area that has a lot of people in that category, you still need the money, but you're not getting it. So just wondering if where that is, if we might get some relief in that area.
Yes. So you're talking about students that are basically would otherwise be Pell eligible, except for perhaps they were formerly incarcerated and they no longer qualify for a Pell.
Yeah.
So, correct?
Yeah. Or, still, what is it called? Justice impacted. You could be out, but still have the connections. So you're not getting the Pell, but you need the Pell, and the housing's expensive. Just a whole bunch of things start to pile on.
Right. But you otherwise would be Pell eligible. Yeah.
Exactly.
There are discussions about folding that in and also looking at foster youth as well.
Okay, well, that is extremely important. So if we could sort of keep our eye on that would be great to see how we're doing, because there'll be opportunities for federal advocacy, and it would be good to know. Well, you always do that for us. You always help us with the state and the federal advocacy. So it'd be good to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and there's some synergy there with the new with the funding formula.
All right, thanks.
Thank you for that. Any other questions from trustees? And if not, I want to thank you, Mark, for coming out and giving this presentation. And we'll see you soon.
Thank you, President
Did I
Bonilla.
freeze?
Hoping that next year I can do it in person.
Yes. Yes. It's a good goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chancellor?
Thank you so much, Mark. Really great. So I'm going to move on. I would invite people, individuals, trustees to read the president's reports, but we're going to move on to our presentation, item 3.1, if we can have our next item be this. So we have several people here in the room that are going to help us move through this presentation, but this is an update as to where we are with the security plan and progress. And this is going to be given to us by Vice Chancellor Sada. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Let me share my screen and then I'll formally begin the presentation. Okay, hopefully you can all see that. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the board, and members of the executive cabinet and community. This is just a brief update on the status of the health and safety plan. I do want to begin by thanking the Black Lives Matter group. We have been working with them and had several listening sessions to understand what the requests would be. And this is really kind of a first step towards meeting many of the goals that were requested. So what's happened to date is that back in June, the board made the decision to terminate the AXO Alameda County Sheriff's Office contract at the end of the calendar year. So since that time, July to August, we held several listening sessions to include students and faculty with the Black Minds Matter group, and an RFP for community-based security vendors was issued. In the months of September and this month, the selection committee interviewed and selected 2 community-based security vendors, as was mentioned by Kimberly earlier. And a third vendor will be selected to provide dispatching services. So at this point in time, the security plan and the proposals are being developed for each campus, and the security contracts and the Director of Public Safety job description is now being drafted. I do want to make note that I heard the concerns expressed earlier about the director position, and so I'm permitting, we'll continue to have discussions about that. Just a brief comparison of the models. If you recall, back in June, we provided the board with a model that was prepared with our security consultant, and then we have a community-based model. And you can see basically, currently the county sheriff's office is providing dispatch services, and they have deputies at Laney. We also rely on private security security aides, which are part of our program at Merritt College, and community ambassadors. That would have been a new element of the security plan. But in this community-based model, what we've just chosen to do is to work with a consulting dispatch firm to provide those services. As was said earlier, we have selected 2 community-based security firms to provide services during school hours, which is essentially 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. And then we have additional security required, basically graveyard shift and on weekends. And then of course, when we do return to campuses, we would be able to reinitiate our security aids program. So just a brief overview of the vendors that were selected. The first one is Community Ready Corps. They have been assigned to Laney College. They are a well-experienced team that was Black created and Black-led grassroots organization. These terms are pulled directly from their RFP, and their experience includes community events in Oakland and San Francisco. And you can see the list of clients that they currently have as part of their portfolio of projects. The second group that was selected by the selection committee excuse me, was Zulu Community Protection, and they have been assigned to Merritt College and the College of Alameda. And from their RFP, they also have 20 years or more of experience, and they are a Black and locally owned firm founded by Black men who facilitated work on manhood development. And their experience includes work in San Francisco Unified School District and several Oakland community schools, as well as the Alameda County Juvenile Hall. The third firm that was selected specifically for their ability to assist us with their dispatch services and a little bit of help at the district administrative center. This is a more traditional firm. They have 20 years of experience, and they are also a Black-owned business based in Oakland. They have plenty of experience in San Francisco at Civic Center Plaza, Farmers Market, the Alameda County Food Bank, and several parking garages and navigation centers in San Francisco. And then finally, A1 Protective Services is already providing our private security services. They provide services at Berkeley City College and other shifts, and they'll be assigned to Laney for the graveyard shift and the weekend shift. Now, how this all fits together, this is just a kind of a high-level summary. Currently in our structure at DGS, the Vice Chancellor oversees 3 areas: the Director of Capital Projects, a new position, the Director of Public Safety, and then Director of Facilities Maintenance and Operations. So let's focus a little bit here on the center of this new position, the Director of Public Safety, again, recognizing and hearing the concerns expressed by the speakers earlier today, so we can take a look at that. But that person would be responsible for overseeing the various firms at each of the colleges and the dispatch and district administrative center. I won't read each of these to you because you can easily download this, but you can see the current thinking about how they would be assigned. I do want to point out the one unique feature that we haven't had in the past is that Zulu actually has a canine unit, and they've proposed to have that unit help us on the graveyard shifts and the weekends. So that would happen at Merritt College and the College of Alameda. And we don't currently provide security services there at this time. This is sort of another way of really showing you the same information in the last slide, but it's just a grid that shows the various, across the top, the actual shifts, and then the initial number of folks that would be assigned to each of the campuses. This is continuing to evolve, so these numbers aren't 100% accurate any longer. And then the colors, each color here represents a different company. So the idea was just, again, we wanted to show how the whole picture fits together. And then in terms of next steps, we have been working over the last week and this current week on finalizing proposals and negotiating the contracts. Our goal, of course, is to be ready to upload by November. We may still need to make some adjustments. I can talk about that in a second. Today is the board update, and we're hoping that the security director job description is approved. Tomorrow, we would, if that were approved, as soon as tomorrow, an acting security director could be appointed. And we need to do more work on the mental health component of the plan. Assuming we can stay on target, we're proposing to have the security contracts brought to the board on November 10th for approval, which would give us almost 2 months, let's say a month and a half plus, to begin the transition period where the dispatch firm would begin their training with AXO. Spoken to Lieutenant Verbeck, and he has been very gracious and has already provided a tour of the facility and has said that he would be more than willing to have allow this firm to come in and kind of understand on a very detailed basis the various tasks that are taken care of there. And then again, that would allow us to be ready to, quote unquote, have boots on the ground with the various security firms by January of 2021. We can do some evaluation from the period January to June, keeping in mind that we're not really here on campuses full time. We do have some labs that are being taught, but this will give us some chance to get the hiring processes completed, to do some evaluation of those teams and adjust the teams as necessary. And then that would allow us to really set up for summer of 2021 and a return to school and in-person teaching, fingers crossed, in August of 2021. And that concludes my update and summary. I'm happy to take your questions and hear your comments.
Thank you for that, VC Sada. And I'm sure that there will be a number of questions by trustees. Just give them a minute to.
President Bonilla, may I ask?
Yes.
Is it better for me to leave the presentation up, or can I take it down?
Let's just leave it up for a second to see if trustees may want to reference to a particular slide. I do see Trustee Brown in the queue.
Thank you. Hi, VC Sada.
Hi, Trustee Brown. How are you tonight?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Great, thank you.
So I have a question about the canine unit. Do we need to, I guess, in tandem, consider a policy change? Because I believe we have only service dogs on campus by policy, or there's some no dogs rules somewhere. So I was just wondering if we need to make some adjustments to our regulations in order to make space for the contemplated security services.
Yeah, thank you for that. I actually will need to look into the APs and BPs, and would be happy to do that if that's required.
Okay, that's it. Just was wondering about what adjustments we might need to make that we want to sort of do ahead of time.
Great, thank you for that.
And one other question, were there members of the surrounding community, any civil rights groups that were involved in any of the deliberations or considerations of the development of this? After the RFPs came in, were there any community members on any of the selection committees or involved in any of the discussions?
I have to say that not to my knowledge, but if I can ask Siri Brown and or Royal Roberts to perhaps weigh in, because I missed, I was out for a period of time there and missed some of those conversations.
Thank you. And to that point, they were primarily involved in the point prior to the informal selection process. So getting RFPs, trying to find community organizations that engaged in the work. When we did get the RFPs in, the groups were primarily faculty, administrators, and there were some students that were invited as well, but not in the actual selection process.
And if I may I ask, and I hope I'm not interrupting any other trustees, but I would like to also ask Dr. Siri Brown to briefly speak about the mental health component, if that's okay, because she is well aware of that, and we've been having dialogues about how to address those concerns, and that was expressed several times this evening.
Yes, we currently have 3 full-time mental health counselors that service the colleges and 2 part-time mental health counselors. And what we've been doing, Vice Chancellor Sada and I, is dialoguing about the increased mental health needs overall and the way that we want to have this holistic approach to safety in the similar ways that the Black Minds Matter group has expressed. And so we're exploring different options and looking at funding so that we can move this segment of the new safety plan in the phase 2 of implementation of this plan. And most certainly this will be a shared governance opportunity that we'll welcome. So we're looking at the health services budget. We're looking at other funding sources to see how we can meet the increased needs, because the mental health counselors that we have are excellent, but their role is to be, in counseling sessions with students. And in this new vision of our community safety program, there would be mental health counselors that are available for crisis intervention on the spot. So they could go to the classroom, they could go to the welcome center, wherever there may be an issue that students are facing at the moment where things have escalated. But additionally, we do know that both community organizations, CRC and Zulu Community Protection, are trained in de-escalation, and so have worked with many populations that include those who have either long-term or temporary mental challenges.
Could I just add one thing? The Department of Health sometimes has grants for mental health for colleges and universities. On one of the visits to DC for the ACCT Legislative Conference, we visited the Department of Health and specifically tried to get grants for mental health. So it may be a grant possibility. It may, who knows, with the changes in the economy, but there were grants a few years ago.
Thank you for that, Trustee Brown.
Thank you.
And thank you, Vice Chancellor Brown.
Thank you. And we have several trustees in the queue. I'll start with Trustee Withrow.
Very good report. Very, I think, an excellent strategy. But have you looked at, or is there in place, MOUs with Oakland, Berkeley, and Alameda to come in and augment when necessary in the event of some serious criminal activity?
Yes, Trustee Withrow, I've had a conversation with current Lieutenant Verbeck with the Alameda County Sheriff's Office, and he says that currently we do have those MOUs in place, and he would be happy to work with me to make sure that those continue to roll over, and or if they need to be adjusted for this new model. He was happy to provide us with that information and contacts that we might need in this time of transition.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein?
Thank you. Let's see.
Oh, you went back on mute, Trustee Weinstein.
Okay.
There you are. Oh. You're back on mute again. I don't know what's going on. Okay.
She's not on mute.
Trustee Weinstein, try again. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
Okay, so I know, thank you, Dr. Brown, for sharing information about possible mental health strategies. And what I'm wondering is whether there will be some education or training for faculty, because it's often faculty who are on the front lines and staff that are on the front lines when people may be having a breakdown or, you know, having problems. Do you think that there could be some training so that it is spread out throughout the campus?
My answer is yes, and it's definitely what Black Minds Matter is asking for as well. De-escalation training for faculty as front lines and A&R staff, you know, people who are working right directly with students. And I think it's a great idea to develop. And as we continue to talk about what would be the role of the mental health intervention specialists, we could potentially build something like that into the job description, so that, because we kind of talked about, well, what would this person do when there's not a mental health crisis? Because that doesn't happen every day, all day. So what you're bringing up is a great idea of how they can contribute to the shifting culture that we're all collectively working at here.
Okay, thank you. That'd be great.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Reed?
Thank you. Hey, Vice Chancellor Sada, nice to see you again. It's been a while. So you stated that you heard the comments from the people at Public Forum, and that I'm sorry if I'm saying the verb incorrectly, that you would consider regarding the job description. So correct me if I'm wrong, is that then telling me that we will put the job description on hold until you've worked more collaboratively with the community, the students, the faculty, as it relates to the 9-point plan that they talked about?
I think the best way to answer that would be to say that, we're here to support the will of the board. And so working through the chancellor, I will take her direction, and based on perhaps the direction that you give her collectively. Is that a fair answer?
Okay, and then just my follow-up question, what is our timeline at this particular point? I know that we want to make sure that we have everything in order by the end of the year. And so are we on schedule? Okay.
Yes, I mean, we are, if the broad strokes of this schedule here, we are currently on schedule. I will say that it's challenging to write the contracts, have them properly reviewed and uploaded in the time frame that we're expected to do so. So we are still working through this. We may need the support of the chancellor in a few cases to ask for an extra day or two, but I would say the next big hurdle for us is to get the contracts returned, signed, so that they can be uploaded for approval at the November 10th meeting. And we're not quite there yet.
Thank you. And just the last question, it's a very quick question. So it says here, October 28, appoint acting security director, which is dependent on the approval of this particular job description and position. So do we already have an acting security director that we are bringing in?
And no, perhaps I misstated that, and I made it sound as if we were ready to appoint somebody. What I probably should have said was the day after the job description is approved, we would then have the ability to appoint an acting security director, whether that be approval tonight or November 10th.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
My apologies for that poor choice of words there.
No worries. Thank you.
And then I have Trustee Gonzalez in the queue.
Thank you. I think we probably don't need the screen, and if we could stop doing the share, I'm more comfortable being able to see everyone. Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that's gone into this. Just from observing it, it looks like the first order of business was figure out what are we doing when the sheriffs are gone. Like, all right, we need something there, and so that the focus has been in some ways on finding staffing to do basic policing kinds of work. And so I'm glad to see that we seem to be on track to make sure that people feel secure within the old model, at least, of policing. Maybe not armed. Some people wanted more guns, and we decided not. So that was a policy decision. Thank you for, working to make that piece happen. It also looks like the Black Minds Matter initiative, those folks have been working really hard to try to figure out a holistic plan instead of just replacing police with unarmed police, to figure out a completely different approach. How do we approach this holistically? And so, yeah, I think many of us have seen this 10-point plan. It's got a lot of detail that's really interesting. I think, when people talk about defunding the police, it makes it sound like there's going to be this vacuum, as opposed to, no. What we're talking about is rethinking how we do community safety. And so seeing that component being developed is also reassuring. I think the challenge for me on the policy end and on the decision-making end is that we're being asked to approve a job description that's pretty traditional, kind of a police function. We want somebody with a lot of, police skills to be able to oversee police services. And I think as the public speakers were pointing out, yeah, but we're going to get a certain mindset then that will in some ways simply replicate what we have. And that's obviously not what is intended here. I don't know that anybody's intending that, but I can see the quandary. So I guess my question is how do we meet those two, how do we get those two things to mesh up? And so Trustee Napoli Bellarice was asking about a timeline, and that timeline basically looks like it's a timeline to replace armed sheriffs with unarmed vendors with more community sensitivity and so forth, but nonetheless a policing function. And the timeline doesn't look like at this point it really works in. So now how are we building out this other completely different way of thinking about community safety? And so for me, I would feel far more comfortable approving a job description, one, if it were a little more holistic, if it didn't just have the policing function, but it also had all of the other things that would be necessary to understand an alternative approach. And I'm not an expert in that area. I'm a layperson. So what that approach looks like, I'm just observing and trying to take in and make an evaluation of. But to the extent that the job description was a little richer in that way, I'd feel more comfortable. And then also to the extent that the timeline really included that bigger transition, not just the initial, all right, bodies for bodies, we're going to have somebody there to escort people to their cars and, deal with disruption. What's the timeline then to engage in this real shared governance process so that our student services personnel and our faculty and our students and so forth and staff really chime in, both with the deep concerns about safety issues in a traditional sense, but also that more holistic thing. I would also feel more comfortable if I saw that written into the overall plan. And then also if I also saw a budget, because what I'm seeing is we've got some contracts that eventually are going to come back to us. I have no idea what this is going to cost. We've said we're terminating the sheriff's contract. We're going to get some budget savings there to redirect. Now, is that just replacing now? Are we taking all that money and eating up the entire budget with these other vendors? Maybe. But if that's the case, what it means is that we have prioritized that and we haven't completely rethought it and said, well, wait, do we need to replicate that full policing function if in fact we take a different approach? I don't know the answer to that question. And I think that that's for you as administrators and in the shared governance process to really think through and bring some expertise to bear. If we do these things in violence prevention and de-escalation and mental health and so forth, then what kinds of traditional policing do we not need that we can now redirect the dollars for? So I'm really grateful for the update. I'm not comfortable voting on this particular job description myself, unless it's really just meant to be a temporary, like we're going to have an acting because we need an acting person in this position to coordinate those. If that's what we were voting on, like a temporary position, as opposed to, no, this is the person who's going to oversee the whole thing. I'm not comfortable with that, but I don't want to hold up the other part. So I've just put out a bunch of stuff. I'm going to now back up and let you all, Chancellor Walter, I'm sure you've had a lot of thinking time on this. So I'll just see what you all have to say now. Thank you.
Chancellor, would you like me to comment first, or?
I think I would, thank you so much, Trustee Ewan. I think I would like to ask VC Whitaker to speak to the position description, and then also to realize that the timing that we're looking at is to meet the goal of the December 31st, January timeline, working within the budget we have. So VC Whitaker, could you speak to the position description?
Sure. Thank you, Chancellor. So in order to be timely, our thought process was the job description that is before you tonight is simply to be for the immediate position that we are recruiting for on a very temporary basis. And based on the trustees and the community's comments tonight, we will be revising the job description. But to provide clarification, the job description that is on the agenda tonight is only for the temporary position so that we could hire somebody very quickly on an acting basis. And then all of the comments will be taken into consideration to revise the job description prior to recruiting for a permanent position.
Thank you. That's
Thank
very
you for that.
reassuring.
Okay, and then it looks like I still have Trustee Weinstein in the queue.
Yeah, I'm going to make this really fast, but I'm going to make the assumption, or what I hope is that this is a work in progress, because I think everybody who is involved in any kind of mental health and understanding of crisis work, etc., will know that there's an evaluation that goes on pretty much every month to say, are we doing this the correct way? Are we doing it the best way? Could there be other ways that we're doing it? And I hope that there is a committee that is involved with this so that that kind of assessment can go on, and that we make sure that we are adjusting as time goes on to the best possible approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. I also want to thank VC Sada and Chancellor Walter and everyone else on the team who was involved in pulling this entire scope together on reimagining our health and safety for our entire campuses, all of our campuses. But I think in line with some of the other trustees, I'm looking at the vendors that have been selected, which they all look just completely appropriate and aligned with, I think, the vision that that we've heard from the community, from our students, and of course from our trustees. And so with that position in mind, also the oversight position, when I look at the DGS organizational structure and I see that Director of Public Safety, I think while you're thinking about this for the actual position and in partnership with the Black Minds Matter proposal, it's very striking for me that this is a cultural shift for us on safety and security. And because it's a cultural shift, whomever occupies that position to oversee this has to really have kind of the full breadth of understanding on issues around mental health that I think Trustee Weinstein just brought up, and the ability to reassess and ensure that, you know, we're doing what we said we were going to do, and then how do we do this better? And there's a continuous component to that. So as you're thinking about that job description and thinking about the different vendors, and think about the culture, or I should say the cultural values of those vendors that have been chosen, to make sure that we're really matching up good what that oversight is going to look at, that it complements, right? That position has to complement. So I'm thinking it looks very, very different than the job description that has been presented before us. Even as an acting, I'm not sure I'm even comfortable selecting it as an acting or a temporary, because, and I don't know that it says that, but we can talk more about that when we get to that particular position. But I want to thank you. This is, I think we're off to a good start. So Chancellor and VC Sada, thank you again for the comprehensive overview of this security plan. And what I'd like to do is move us into the public hearing. So I will open this public hearing on, conduct a public hearing on the district's 2021 budget and consider approval of resolution 2020/21-07, adopting the 2021 budget. And with that, I'll open this. I'm gaveling it in and asking if there are public comments on this particular item. Madam Vice Chair.
What are you? I'm sorry, you're calling on me.
Is there any comments, specific comments? So I could ask Mark Johnson and or Madam Vice Chair if there are any comments that have been submitted for this hearing on the budget.
I don't have any, but Mark, do you have anybody?
You're on mute, Mark.
Okay.
Thank you. Nobody contacted me specifically about this item. There are still, looks like 5 members of the community that are in the attendee list. Maybe if somebody wants to comment, they could raise their hand, but I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay, not a problem. Then I will go ahead and entertain a motion to approve the budget.
So moved.
And do I have a second? And then we will open for discussion once I have the second.
Second.
Thank you. And we will open for discussion. Trustee Brown.
Thank you. We did receive some updates to the budget that are included in this, the documents available for this board meeting. And I do still have some questions regarding what we're doing as a district to support our students during the pandemic with regard to issues such as mental health and food insecurity, housing insecurity. I'm wondering where that's reflected in the budget. I see that the allocations and the money going to student financial aid, it's not clear in what capacity that money or what that category means. And so I feel as though I still really haven't gotten clarity as to what, if any, funding that we've received during the pandemic, other than the mandated 50% under the CARES Act, has gone to students.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. Chancellor, would you like to address that?
Thank you so much, President Bonilla. Trustee Brown, some of the funding for students' needs have been disseminated through various means through the colleges and through the presidents and what they're doing for each of the students. We also have used the portions of the CARES funds to support students, in particular the student portion of the CARES funds. 100% of those funds are being allocated to the campuses for them to allocate to their students. So I would really just say that every dollar that is to be spent on students relative to the CARES Act or other funds that were provided through grants have been or will be allocated for students. I know I have all 4 of our presidents here with us in the room tonight. So if any of the presidents would like to speak to the funds that have been used to support students, that would be welcome at this time.
Sure, thank you, Dr. Walter. Good evening, everyone. In addition to what Dr. Walter has already shared about the CARES funds. An example I'd like to offer that I don't believe is unique to Berkeley City College, but it's also taking advantage of the Student Equity and Achievement funds, which allowed us to provide emergency grants for students to address basic needs. And secondarily, our relationship with the foundation, Peralta Foundation, has also allowed for the college to disperse additional emergency aid for students during this time.
Thank you.
And I might just add, ditto to what the Chancellor and Dr. Garcia has said at COA, and I'm sure at others. We've looked at additional uses, for example, of CARES funds to support direct classroom use. So things that touch the students, there may be science and other lab kits that they may be able to take home or use for their career education labs. There's any amount of necessary PPE to carry out the partially face-to-face career education labs and so forth. So we're looking at every aspect of serving the students and trying to support their educational needs as well.
If I could go ahead and add also, good evening. We just kind of ditto to what's been said so far. We also have had a number of career ed labs that really we've had to run with very low numbers. And we've actually used the CARES funds to go ahead and pay for some of those classes. That's something that we've done. Also, we are looking using CARES funding also to partner with JFK to provide some more some mental health support for students.
No need to add to what the presidents have said. That's sufficient.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate the update regarding how the CARES funds were spent. And I do understand that the 50% mandated allocation for students was complied with. My question was actually, if we were doing anything more than that 50%, and if so, what that was. My question earlier had been regarding the block grant funds that we received and how much of any went to students. And we received a budget update saying that there was money spent on financial aid for students and money spent on money spent on training for the faculty. But I didn't get any updates regarding what, if any, of those funds was spent on students. And given that we are talking about our security service and mental health and some of the realities of the population we serve, I'm wondering where our actualization of that commitment is reflected in the budget. So I appreciate the updates, but my question was actually a different one than was answered.
Thank you, Trustee Brown.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid that, we've done our level best to answer the questions that have been proposed regarding the expenditures. Our budget is arranged in such a way that it is presented to you as it is. We just described, the presidents just described the different matters that they were doing to support the students. Generally, our budget is broken down into the different categories that we have because of the current budget allocation model that we have. So what I can say to you is your question is noted. We've done our best to answer it, and it looks like we've not been able to meet the standard at which you're requesting it. So maybe another option would be for us to, talk it over again and see whether we can have more clarity about what it is you're asking. So unless BC Ahmed, do you have anything to add to this discussion?
No, Chancellor, I don't have anything to add.
Thank you, Chancellor. Do I have any other trustees in the queue?
I was trying to raise my hand, but it was not doing that. So if you could recognize me.
Yes, yes, Trustee Handy.
Okay, my final comment here is we're asking for where the money went. This is a line item. It should be reflected in the budget. What came in, what went out? This is the same kind of question that you would have to answer for any audit. So it's not acceptable that we cannot get that answer. I've been asking for other documents, such as a document showing all expenditures for a specific department so that we would know the true cost of operation. I put it in writing. This is not acceptable not to get the answer. We are trustees. Our responsibility first is fiduciary. So we should be able to have a conversation about this. We should be able to have the information so that when things go south or whatever, the people who are always held accountable are the trustees, not the staff. So it's not okay for us not to be able to get answers to very important questions. The only reason that we're here, the first and foremost reason we're here, it's about oversight of the funds. So this continues to be a trend here, and I am not comfortable with it. And I'm sure it's not going to stand up with any audit or ACCJC or anywhere else. When we're asking where the money is, we're asking for the updates, we need to be able to see it reflected in the budget, especially on something so important as how our money is being spent to support our students, money that was intended to support our students through the block grants and the COVID monies. I would like to get a straight answer at the next meeting to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Chancellor, did you have a comment about this?
I do have a comment, and I would like to say that what you have before you is the 2020-2021 budget, which is balanced, which has a $20 million reserve, which is a considerable budget, a considerable feat for this district. What it does is allows us to pay our faculty, staff, students, meet our obligations, and take care of the business of the district in such a way that keeps our fiscal house in order. We have also been very much appreciative of all of the work that the legislators and all of the people who advocated for funding for our district and other districts up and down the state. Our staff has done a tremendous job in putting together this budget to ensure that we do not have to take drastic cuts. We've brought this budget through our participatory governance processes. We have had the approval of the PBC, the PGC, all the other shared governance committees. And we're looking forward to working with those committees to review and revise our budget allocation model as we go forward. So I would just like to take a moment and really just appreciate our staff and our faculty and all of our administrators who have contributed to revising this budget and making sure that we have what we need to take us through the next fiscal year. So with that having been said, I think that if there's a conversation that we want to have going forward about communicating and working on the budget allocation model and having members of the Board of Trustees form some sort of subcommittee, that might be a good way to go. That is my response, Trustee Bonilla.
Thank you, Chancellor. Any other comments, trustees? And seeing none, we will go ahead and gavel this item out. Trustee Brown.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that my concerns are understood. It is not a question of how we balance the budget. It's where our priorities are reflected, because we've been working very hard on board goals. And students first is the board goal that leads the others. And the questions I've been asking are how that students first goal is demonstrated by our budget priorities. And my concern is that the balanced budget may be at the expense of the values that we espouse with regard to where we're putting the money, because we are not putting it into the mental health services or the outreach. We have declining enrollment, and there are members of our community that were students that aren't, because they've been impacted negatively by COVID-19, and we're losing students and they're losing ground. So I want it to be abundantly clear that my concern is how we are demonstrating our values and how we are moving forward as a district, and whether that's in line with our goals. So it's not wanting to be on a committee, it's wanting to be in line with our goals. It's not that I question the staff. This is a governance issue, and it is a matter for trustees to speak up on, and that is why I'm raising these questions and hoping that we can reconsider the manner in which we allocate funds to draw our arms around our community of residents that we serve and manifest that goal in our actions.
Thank you so much for that. And I think the key there, to your point, is that our current budget allocation model is arranged in such a way that we follow a particular process. And so revising our budget allocation model is going to be key in that direction. So I do appreciate what you're raising, and I don't want to minimize what you're raising in any way. So
thank you, Chancellor. I appreciate that. I believe that that is exactly what would have to be done, because you have to follow the process, but sometimes the processes aren't built on equity.
That's true. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Other trustees? If there are no other questions, I will, I believe I gavel the item out, and we can take roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Abstain.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Abstain.
Thank you. Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Reese.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I actually couldn't unmute. So I'm actually also doing an abstention, but for different reasons, and I've already articulated this before. I'm just going to say it one more time to ensure that there is clarity about my abstention. So as we do this particular budget model, thank you for a balanced budget this year. I feel very good about that. But as we roll out the other years, 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24, what I am seeing is that we built in an expectation, and we've kind of expected our budget to be at a deficit for those years. And that for me is problematic because we're looking into the future already knowing that we're going to have a deficit. And that scares me. And I'm going to talk about it again when we talk about our second readings for the drafts, because we are not going to be on hold harmless after 23, 24. So the fact that we're not doing anything in our budgets at this particular point is something that is not concerning to me. So I am abstaining, but for different reasons than had been articulated by prior trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Reed.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you for that. We'll move into our informational items. Chancellor, I'll let you handle this section. Item 5.1 is a board policy. That's a first reading for us. And related to student fees, and then the other items 5.2 through 5.9. Chancellor, I'll turn this section over to you.
Okay, thank you. So these are all informational items, which means that they do not require a vote of any kind. And when we look at item 5.1, this is a first reading for proposed policies regarding student fees. And if you take a look at it, it is removing the fees for the AC Transit, Easy Pass, and then adding instructional materials, highlighting those, charging a $2 student representation fee. So this is presented for your first read, and we'll come back for a second read at a future meeting. As far as items 5.2, 5.3, 5.4, 5.5, I have asked Jim Riggs to give the board an overview of the process that we followed with these drafts, and then let the board know what our forward thinking is on that, and then to ask the board to review, to provide any comments that they have to these ICERs to me in writing by October 30th. So Jim, may I turn it over to you?
Yes, thank you. As we've gone forward, we're now working with Dr. Walter, the college presidents, and the accreditation liaison officers to finalize their ICERs. And what we're really focusing on with the ICERs at this point, there's been a lot of work put into it, is really making sure there's clarity and conciseness in their responses to the standards and all the other required elements in the ICERs, and to identify appropriate and complete evidence. I think we have to keep in mind going forward, while the accreditation process is an ongoing focus on continuous quality improvement and adherence to the standards, the ICERs are really a snapshot in time, although a very big snapshot in time of what's going on at the colleges in relationship to the accreditation standards. The work of accreditation will continue after the ICERs are submitted to the commission. There'll still be a great deal of work and effort put into identifying the actions that need to be put into place to adhere to the standards and continue to build evidence. In other words, things just don't stop when those are submitted. And with those actions and evidence, there'll be communication with the commission up until the time and really even after the time of the site visits. So that's where we're at right now. We're in the process of really pulling things together, making sure that the language is clear, making sure that the evidence is validated and linked. So that's what's happening at all four colleges. I'm fortunate to have three individuals who have a great deal of experience with accreditation, working directly with the liaison officers and the college presidents and other staff at at this point. The other thing that we're looking at very carefully, because the special reports, which are also on your agenda here and you've seen before, is that we're really cross-checking to make sure that the information is the same when appropriate in the standard text that is being put in to address the specific standards. There was a lot of work put into those special reports, and again, they were being done it's simultaneously with the ICERs. So we want to bring it back together, and we're checking to make sure that we're saying the same thing in both documents when appropriate. So that's where we're at this point. There's just a little bit of time left, and everyone's really working very hard at the colleges to get their ICERs finalized, and then they will come back to you for the second reading. So with that, do you have any questions for me at this point?
Trustees? It does not appear so, and so thank you for that overview, Dr. Riggs.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll just make one comment. Dr. Riggs, thank you for that. I think that we're all just focused on the special report right now. That's probably why we don't have the questions for the ICERs, but we will as we get through the first barricade or barrier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Riggs. And so if the trustees have feedback that they'd like to share, please email it directly to me, and by October 30th would be the deadline for that. We can move on and talk about the special reports. The colleges, along with the district office, have worked with Jim Riggs on this as well. Jim, maybe you could speak a little bit to the process that you've engaged in since you were last here. Oh my goodness, last meeting, and share where we are and what still is left to be done. And of course, I would welcome any guidance you might have.
Certainly. First of all, hats off to the college presidents for leading this process, and the chancellor for leading the district response in each of these. As you've read through them, which you'll see that they are unique to each of the colleges. Although they're undertaking many of the same actions in enrollment management, and also with addressing the SCIF issues as well. There was some structuring that the college presidents worked on, we worked on, to make sure that we were presenting all the things that they were doing to address enrollment management and the SCIF, and then the other issues that were raised by the commission in a very clear and concise way that spoke clearly to what they are doing at their colleges. And then the decision was made to go ahead with addressing the 6 additional items that were in the January 20 letter to each of the colleges, which were really focused on fiscal issues at the district. And so there was the decision that would be a second part of the report, and all 4 reports would have the same response. So that's how the reports were structured. I understand there's a couple items tonight you'll are considering for action, and you can see the little placeholder in there that will need to be imported in each of the reports after this evening as well. As far as addressing specific concern of the commission about corrective action versus corrective intent, I would say that the documents have done that. They've addressed very clearly action and not just intent. Now that's recognizing some of the actions are underway, they're planned. Not everything is completed here on November 1st, but they are actions in place and clear planning with identified dates and delivery times. So that would be my comment on the special reports.
Thank you, Dr. Riggs. Back to you, President Bonilla.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open it up for trustees who have any questions or comments. And while they're thinking about this, I will say that from the first read to the second read, kudos to all 4 college presidents and your team that obviously put in tremendous amount of time and effort and energy into gathering these reports and gathering the information. They really came to us as a rough first draft, and so seeing this second read is good. But I'm also noting that even as second reads, and I did see where our budget, for instance, tonight still needs to be inserted. So I'm still seeing some highlighted areas that look like we're still waiting for these. There's still work to be done in terms of uploading information. And so it begs the question for me in terms of process. So we have these as a second read. As a second read, we're not adopting and we're not receiving final documents that are ready to go. And so these documents, these 4 special reports likely will not be ready until Friday. Does that sound correct? I'm looking at a calendar here. They're due on the 1st. And maybe, Chancellor, if I can hear kind of the procedural plan to finalize the document and where you think you're going from here.
Okay, thank you, President Bonilla. It is an interesting timing because of, what needs to happen and the date. So the placeholder was there for the budget to insert the adopted 2021 budget. That's why that's highlighted. And we didn't want to include the draft. We wanted to include the final. So what the process would be for the link to be included. It's highlighted so everybody knows exactly where it goes. The presidents will still have, I know it sounds funny, but I remember when I was a student and, taking an exam and you still had 2 minutes left. I wanted the 2 minutes. Don't take my 2 minutes. So the presidents have until October 31st to overnight or send an envelope that has a USB drive with all the evidence. And they likely have until midnight on November 1st to email their final report. However, it isn't going to be that way. The plan is to send them on, Friday, the 30th. All of the signature pages are going to come through Adobe Sign. We determined through reviewing the AP and the BPs and working with individuals who know about these matters that the board does not have to approve the special reports. However, the board does approve the ICERs. So we're at a point now where the presidents will take all those items, finalize them, go through, make sure that there are no typos, widows, orphans, pages are correct, every evidence is linked, every T is crossed, and then they will send them on. So in a perfect world, we would have a different timing, but because the board doesn't have to necessarily, quote, approve the reports, they're here before you for your second read. And Jim, if you have anything to add, that would be fine.
I don't have anything to add at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. I do have Trustee Withrow in the queue.
Maybe I'm a little naive here, but how can we have a document this important going from all four colleges that are not approved by the Board of Trustees? I don't understand.
Because these are special reports, but not the ICERs, not the independent self-study reports or a midterm report, they don't require the board's approval. That's my understanding.
Well, even if they, they may not require it, but from our standpoint, it doesn't make sense that the Board of Governors, or the governing board rather, wouldn't approve the document that is going in to hopefully take our colleges off probation. It's a very important document to me. And, and I just feel a little uneasy not having the governing board approve it.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Reese?
So it's true. We actually do not need, technically, we do not need to approve this because it is not part of the formal accreditation process. In the same way that even though we approved the report that we submitted in November, December of last year, it seems oh so long ago, even though we went through that approval process, we did not actually need to do that. Here's my proposal though. My proposal is that, and I do agree with you, Bill, I do believe that we need to see the final thing. We need to see what is going to the commission. And so even though we do not need to approve it, my proposal is that we actually have a special meeting, whenever that is, to actually see what's going in the envelope or what is going to the commission. Because as it is right now, these are so much, first, let me just say, these are so much better. These are so much better than they were from the first draft, as Trustee Bonilla had said. They're much more concise, they're much more brief, they're much more to the point. So kudos and thank you for all the work in transitioning and transforming that. With that said, I think that there are still grammatical errors, typos. This just needs to be proofread. And again, it needs to go through that before it goes to the commission, period, end of paragraph. We need to hire somebody to just do those last reads. And then my other thing is the district one is still a bit of a problem. And I'm not even talking about major problems. I'm talking about minor problems that need to be fixed. And I think so the minor problems have to do with the grammar. There's a few parts of content that I think that I emailed, but I emailed, yes, I did email twice. The first portion, the first email that I sent got modified a bit, but the second I think we need to take a look at and redo that. And my third, which I will state here, is that I don't know how I missed this before, but actually I did see it before, but I didn't really pay much attention to it. In the district portion, when we have, for example, the evidence for standard 3D3 or 3D2, the district is paraphrasing what those standards are. And I think I kind of glossed over that because I know these standards, but they are not paraphrased correctly. And therefore, and all of the standard 3, a majority of the standard 3 standards are actually, they need to the 3D standards, they need to be put in there, each one, because each one is responding to both the structural deficit as well as the audits. So we've kind of taken 3D3 and 3D2 and we've paraphrased them, and they're incorrectly paraphrased. So I think it's an easy fix to a certain extent. But as we already discussed, the district portion is the most important portion. And as Bill had just said right now, we don't need to approve this, correct? And I was the first one to say that we don't need to approve this, but we need to ensure that what we're sending in is something that that we can stand behind. And the college ones look good, but the district one still needs to be taken care of. A few things, not the major things, but a few things. So what I would propose, I don't know if I made that clear, what I would propose is either a Sunday special meeting or whatever special meeting that will take a few minutes or something, so that we can actually see what this looks like with the proofreading, the editing, so that we know what's being submitted to the commission.
Right. Thank you, both Trustee Withrow and Trustee Reese. I think you're both bringing up excellent points, which is, I think under normal circumstances, submitting an your ACCJC updates, reports, or whatever they're asking us for, is we're actually thinking about a different level of fiduciary oversight, given the heightened sense of urgency from both ACCJC and from the State Chancellor's Office, right? So there's a lot that is riding on our ability to remain an autonomous district. We've heard loud and clear from the State Chancellor's Office that he is looking for a fiscal review and fiscal update of where we're at, and this report is definitely zeroing in on that. So I think Trustee Reese, you bring up a good point that we do need to see the final. And I have another procedural question, because if the board's not approving, but your board officer has a signature line on this page. So was that done in error?
No, I mean, that's pretty perfunctory in terms of ensuring that all documents that go to ACCJC definitely have the board chair. And the assumption is that, and usually it's done for all of the other documents, right, that are part of the natural rotation process. But it's kind of an implied assumption that the board has accepted it. So, and if we haven't, it's kind of an implied assumption. But this is, again, a special circumstance because it's a special report as opposed to the regular accreditation reports.
Right. Right. I do see Trustee Gonzalez in the queue.
So I'd be fine with a special meeting, and it occurs to me that there's another time-sensitive item on the agenda, and that's the job description of the community safety director, which I think a number of us aren't thrilled about. Would love to see expanded and thought through a bit better, so that it's not just that we're hiring a police officer. Perhaps those two items could be deferred and some action could be taken then at a special meeting.
Right. I know we have some logistical issues because, and I do want to hear a little bit from, I think we're going to need some feedback from both legal and from the Chancellor. I don't know who all is available. I know that I am. It sounds like Trustee Gonzalez and perhaps Trustee Reese is. I know that the Chancellor, you may not be available for a special meeting, but I think we can proceed with a special meeting on this item, on these items without you, if you're comfortable with that.
Well, what I would offer at this moment is that if there are, quote, small changes that VP Bella Reese would like to email to me, then we could go ahead and perhaps incorporate those changes. I will also note that up until this point, we asked for feedback from the trustees on the special report by a certain date, and we did not, unless I missed an email, I did not receive any comments back. We have also been in connection and conversation with Stephanie Droker regarding the format of the special report. So, it was basically Stephanie Droker's really her idea to arrange the special reports. I shouldn't say her idea. I would say we discussed with her the structure of the special reports, and she said, as she's supposed to say, is that they don't dictate the structure as long as we meet the request. So if there is an alternative to having a special meeting because the board is wanting to see the reports one more time, I think we can arrange that. We can talk to legal about how that can be done as far as, not violating any Brown Act procedures or what have you. And when we're happy to make the changes that are needed. Again, these items are here as an informational piece because that was the guidance that we received. And so, I just want to reiterate that having a special meeting without me might be a little problematic, and we might take a look at what that involves from a legal perspective as well.
Definitely. And maybe we can have council weigh in on if there are other options. Would it be, since we wouldn't take any action, I'm just kind of thinking this through. We wouldn't be taking any action at a special meeting. We're receiving the report as a final report. Natasha, do I hear you on the call?
Yes, I'm here, President Bonilla. If the goal is to just have the trustees receive the report and we're not taking any action, then I'm struggling to understand why you would hold a meeting for that purpose. The chancellor is appropriate under the Brown Act for the chancellor to send you the report. So you wouldn't be discussing it, and it would be too late, right? At that point, like, they have to set it up. So
right.
If you just want to receive it before it is sent to the ACCJC, the chancellor can send it to you.
That's what I'm thinking, and maybe we can get some thoughts from the other trustees.
I certainly don't want to complicate this a little bit more, but I think that it serves dual purposes. Number one, I think that it is good for it to be documented that the final draft is actually being seen. The final draft is being seen, and that it just ends up being good for the district. It ends up being good for the board. It ends up being good for the external agencies. It ends up being good all around. It's just, one more benchmark of oversight on all levels.
Right, that generally is handled through an approval, right? So you would then agendize the item for approval.
And even though, and I know, usually we do approve, but there's no way to, we don't really actually have to, I guess we there is no way to actually do a special meeting without necessarily an approval, because an approval isn't necessary. But I hear what you're saying. Would it be weird to actually have a special meeting without an approval, because it's not really an action?
It would be weird to have a special meeting that doesn't have a purpose for some kind of action. That would be a bit unusual.
Right. And so let me get Trustee Handy in the queue. Thank you.
My thoughts are, the board is ultimately responsible. They're never going to come back and blame anyone other than the board if this is not done correctly. Send the materials. I do not have any space for any special meetings. I'm very, very much overwhelmed with my schedule. Send the corrected documents out so that they can be reviewed. The point is not to get the district into trouble by not having this done correctly. And I can't see any opposition into waiting until this is done correctly and sent out. And then it can be done. Whether you need our approval or not is really not the issue. The materials are not ready to be seen. And that's the issue that has to be dealt with.
So Trustee Handy, can I understand your recommendation is to?
Can send them, correct the materials and send it to the board to review and ask if there's any comments. If there's no comments, you don't get any comments back. But if it's not ready for prime time, and we know that these corrections need to be done, I mean, we've been through this before. We need it to be correct. So send it to the board for the board to review, and then make the decision. But I'm struggling with this, guys, because we're not the employees here. We're the board. This is the material that is supposed to be ready. You're all talking about reviewing this. That is not our role. We should not have been involved in any of that at all. And so right now, I don't understand why we're having a conversation about something that needs to be done and corrected.
Right. So Trustee Handy, I'm entertaining this conversation because these documents, all four of them, are requesting my signature. I don't put my signature on documents.
Absolutely.
Right. I don't put my signature on documents that are not complete and ready to go.
Absolutely. That's why I'm not understanding why the debate. This needs to be completed. It needs to be accurate, and then so that it can be submitted. Otherwise, I don't want it coming back. But whether my signature is on it or not, ultimately, as a board member, I'll be responsible for any inaccuracies there are, and the same with you as well. So this should be sent to us, but I mean, that's the obvious. I shouldn't even have to comment on that.
Sent to us as a final. It wouldn't be sent to us for review because there's no time. This is the review. We are in the review period now. If we have comments, the review period has been open for the past 2 weeks for us.
Not ready. That's the comment.
Right. And so I'm struggling with there would not be, we could not set up a special meeting because there's no action to be taken. We'd have to take an action in a special meeting. So Natasha?
But yeah, just trying to help. I mean, we do often, when we're talking about approval of agenda items, like one of the trustees will recall that our board agenda items specifically say things like, this is being approved pending final negotiation by the chancellor of this contract, for example, right? And so similarly, it sounds like you may be seeking is the board's authorization to sign off on these reports as they are finalized based on tonight's board action. So if there's a number of actions that are relevant to the final reports, they will be fine. The reports will be finalized after the board meeting. And what you're seeking is the board's authority to sign off on the final reports as prepared by the chancellor. So my recommendation would be that that we survey the board to confirm that you are authorized to sign off.
Right. That I would be authorized to sign off, right?
Can I?
Oh, okay.
Can I, Trustee President?
Yes, Chancellor, yes.
So in my understanding of the special reports, the signature page, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, Dr. Riggs, the signature page for the special report, does it need to, in fact, include the board president?
We would have to check that. I don't have that information right at this point.
Okay. My understanding was that it was placed there as a sort of courtesy. Do any of the presidents have any information on this?
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. The per the ACCJC guidelines for fall 2020, the signature line for the special report indicates that it's about the report preparation. So the signatures on that line endorse or support that yes, constituency groups were involved. Yes, there were broad campus conversations. Yes, there was discussion. So the signature is more about the report preparation process, which is why the beginning of the report is rather lengthy to talk about the process, the meetings, and who was involved. So that is the essence of the report. As to the specific question, whether the president of the trustees needs to sign or not, I was actually just reviewing it to see if it's mandatory. I think it's to say that yes, the preparation was done in a consultative manner. If that sheds any light on the current discussion.
Thank you. And I do want to add also just a very compassionate statement about the line between governance and operations that was just alluded to. So once again, we had asked for feedback on the reports as of, I think, middle of October, and we received no feedback that I recall. So procedurally, I think maybe going with the recommendation that Natasha has put forth, which is we can provide the final reports for the trustees to read and review, but it is not an action item. So it is an interesting question about what to do, in addition to that. And I believe the language, thank you, Dr. Garcia, for putting it in the chat. The language is that the process has been followed to ensure that it's gone through. The report accurately reflects the nature and substance of this institution.
Right. And so, Chancellor, thank you for that. So this for me was less about providing feedback during this review period, and it was more about reviewing the process for which the administration was pulling these reports together. Okay. Right. And so too many cooks in the kitchen, too many, it's a lot. It's a lot. And so I appreciate reviewing, I think, as all the trustees have, in reviewing and seeing the progress and the development of these documents. So I'm not talking about any of this in terms of process for additional review. That's not it. I'm looking for the final document. That final document, the onus is on the administration and the executive team to complete. And that's clearly, I think, understood across the board for all trustees. I'm looking for the final document, the final report that will be submitted. What we're reading today is a very, very near final report, but it's not the final report. Right. And that's my issue. That's my issue. So I just want to be clear about that piece. I think that, yeah, and so I know I'm still just kind of thinking out loud on this piece. I wasn't questioning so much the, the signatures are the signatures. We'll just leave that piece alone. We're not going to start opening up other issues right now. This is really about the preparation towards the final document and how the board is to receive that final document, special report before it goes to ACCJC. I have two trustees in the queue, Trustee Withrow and then Trustee Reese. Oh, you're on mute, Trustee.
I'm still confused. This board, if in fact they're not accepted well, for whatever reason that for the accreditation people, this board is going to be held accountable. And they should be held accountable because the colleges come under the board. The board does not have just a logistics center, in quote, district headquarters that comes under the board. The whole organization comes under the governing board. And whether we have a meeting or whether we call it an action-oriented meeting or a workshop, you could have a workshop. I don't care. But I think there needs to be, whether we say it is in fact approved and signed and whatever, there needs to be a general concurrence that the documents that are going to the accreditation people are to the degree they should be. Thank you.
And so I'm sorry, and then I have Trustee Reese.
Yeah, and I would say that this is a very extenuating special circumstance. And everything, I know that we've already said this, but we need to say it again, everything that this district is doing relies on this particular report. So we can look at all other statements, but this is a report that we need to really just make sure that all of our I's and all of our T's are dotted, and it has nothing to do with oversight and operational. It has to do with making sure that everything that needs to be done is done. And so I just, it won't take a long period of time. We just need to see the actual final report with everything completed on it, proofread, edited, and then let's send that out. But we do need to see that report.
Thank you for that, Trustee Reese. And when you say see the report, there's a number of ways that we can see the report before it goes out.
Right.
And I think that's what I'm sorry, say that again.
If we are able to create enough individuals, a meeting or a point in time where there are enough individuals that could be there, that would be optimal. That would be ideal.
Okay. So what I'm thinking is that if we were to schedule a meeting, it would have to be a special meeting with a purpose, not just a meeting to review. It would have to be either to accept, to approve, and none of those to apply. And I think the third option, and maybe we can get legal to opine, is perhaps a third reading.
An empty red seat.
Yeah, President Bonilla, if that question was for me, then yeah, I think to do a third reading, typically a reading is still done as an acceptance. So, at some point it's a level of semantics in terms of acceptance, approval, even as Trustee Withrow said, workshop it, like whatever method. What the Brown Act does require is that any time a board is going to take an action item, we of course have to inform the public of an action, that something's either action or it's information. That is critical. but it sounds like there's a concurrence of trustees that are interested in a special meeting. Well, I guess we're at least 3 trustees. And so that can be a third reading of the report, sure.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez?
I'm really reluctant to get into the weeds, the little tight, detaily weeds here. But there's so much riding on the acceptance of this report and getting it right. And I kind of want to respect the expertise of the expert on our board on this question. You know, a lot of times you defer to the strength on your board. We've got an ACC-JC commissioner telling us, be a good idea to push a little harder on this one. So I want to really respect that and propose a solution. If we can't, what if we did like an ad hoc task force? We've done that plenty of times. Group of 3, get together. I'm willing to show up. I don't need to. Like, I have no desire to burn up more of my life doing the detail-y stuff, and like really don't want to get into the weeds, but also feel as an elected trustee with oversight responsibility here, Bill, I think you're absolutely right. You know, we're not just here playing around. There's so much here. So if we can't get a quorum for a meeting, we could do a task force, and I would be willing to show up, but I don't need to. If there are other trustees who say, no, I want my finger on this one, I want to serve on that task force, I'm perfectly happy to defer. But I also really do want to try to respect the expertise of the expert on our board of trustees on this one question. This is sort of an extraordinary situation.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. And I believe that would be an ad hoc committee that would be formed specifically for this purpose. Okay. So Natasha, for an ad hoc committee, we don't have to do any specific notice. It's the desire of the board to support an ad hoc committee that would be formed to review the final the final special reports prior to their submission. There's no notifications. In the past, when we've done ad hoc committees, it's the desire of the board to create the ad hoc committee for the review of the special reports.
Yes, that's correct.
We don't need to Brown Act notice it?
No, ad hoc committees are not subject to the Brown Act. Standing committees of the board are.
All right, thank you.
That's right. That's right. So thank you. That's another piece that we can do. So, Trustee Reese.
Sorry, that was earlier. Again, I just have to say that there has been so much work that's been done. There really has, and so we are, you know, I apologize a little bit for this conversation because there has been so much amazing work that's been done. We are just making sure that right before it gets sent over, that it is the best or the tightest it could be. And I think that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Trustee Reese, for clarifying. I'm also asking if the ad hoc committee suffices.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And who would be available for the ad hoc committee? It's usually, I believe it cannot be more than 3, unless I'm mistaken. It must be 3. Yes. See Natasha's shaking of the head up and down.
Okay.
And so, Trustee Reese, I'm just looking for your affirmation that an ad hoc committee is one of the viable options.
Sure. I mean, if there is not enough people available at the very last minute, I guess that would be the second viable option. I mean, like I said, my first option would be to just have a quick meeting with whoever is available if it's enough. But if that doesn't work, and I totally understand, then we could go to the ad hoc. And the last thing that I want to also put in there is that I don't wear my commission hat on here. So think of this as just kind of peer review evaluator that many of us have been on, putting in my input. That's to Nikki's question, to Nikki's comment earlier.
Thank you. So can I go ahead and survey the board on the options available for us? So Trustee Weinstein, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, is going back to the beginning, is the issue that we don't have a quorum to do a meeting?
Well, no, the issue is that we're trying to figure out what's the desire of the board. Does the board want to have a special meeting, or does the board want to have an ad hoc committee? The special meeting is kind of odd. If we heard Natasha's call, we are not approving or accepting, right? There's no action to be taken in the special meeting.
Oh, I see. So that's why it would be a task, a committee, correct?
An ad hoc, right?
Ad hoc committee, okay. Because I was going to say, well, no, I'm certainly available if it was going to be a full meeting, but since we can't do that, then I don't need to do that.
So if I can just survey the board on your desire to either get the special report emailed to you prior to, or to be part of an ad hoc committee. And maybe we should just do, I need some help on figuring out how to survey the board on this. Mr. Johnson, would you to survey the board for whether they want this special report emailed to them prior to it going out? The ACCJC?
Sure. Trustee Withrow?
Well, in my mind, we should be, I don't care whether we tell the world we approved it. It should be something that the board has, in fact, internally recognized that we're going to be held accountable for it, therefore we approve it. The problem with an ad hoc committee is that you're only dealing with 3 out of the 7. And you don't have the discussion, if you will, throughout the board. So of those choices, I think I would go with sending them out, if we can do this legally. You know, it's going through my mind, there may be a problem with the Brown Act sending something out for a formal conclusion, but maybe that's the way to go. That way it goes to all 7 board members. Everybody gets to participate. If you want to talk to 2 other people, you can pick up the phone and call them.
Right. So I just want to clarify, and Natasha, maybe you're going to clarify this point, which is if it gets emailed out, it's just being emailed out. There's no back and forth.
That's
There's
exactly
no
right.
additional communication.
That's exactly right. You cannot deliberate via email. So what you would
I didn't think so.
Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But what they were talking about was you send it out, and if you have issues that you'd like to raise, you raise the issues and you send them in.
No.
Well,
Right. No, those are not. That's
Right.
That's not what we're. Yeah.
You won't be receiving it in enough time for there to be revisions anyways, right? The administrative team is 3 days out from having to submit the report to the agency. So no matter what format you are re-looking at this in, it isn't going to be one in which comments are invited.
Right, right. Trustee Brown, I'm sorry. So let me get Trustee Brown in the queue.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. As I understand from what Dr. Garcia said, the board affirmation is that the process of collaborative development of the report has occurred, which has happened. Yet the changes that are to be made are of the nature of editing. So I'm confused as to what the board is affirming. Are we editing? Are we helping write and approve the final draft? Or are we approving the confirmation that the process has been followed, which the chancellor had stated did occur? So what is it that we are discussing meeting for? Because those are two entirely different things that are before us.
Right. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. And so, Trustee Reese, I'm going to put this back in your court because we would not be providing any more info. There would be no deliberation. There would be a receipt of the final report.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
think I would imagine, and what I'm expecting, and what I think we are expecting, is that we are seeing the final version with all of the things already incorporated, so that we know what has gone to or what is going to the commission. Because what we're seeing right now is not the final version, and I think from our perspective, or at least from my perspective, it would behoove us to know what is going to the commission, since so much is riding on this.
Right. Okay. And so I want to honor the process. We've spent a lot of time on this issue right now, and so I want to make sure that we all understand that after today, there's no more deliberation. There's no more feedback. That window of opportunity is open right now. If you've got time to write feedback and provide comments and suggestions, I would say you do it within the next several hours, because our presidents are busy working on finalizing these drafts or finalizing these special reports. I do believe that we have done our due diligence, our review, all the components that require trustees to provide all of this oversight that we have done. And we've deliberated, and there's no more there's no more evidence of deliberation than this video right here that's capturing the in-depth discussions around process. So I am comfortable, may not be popular, but I am comfortable with receiving a final version of the reports prior to them being submitted to ACCJC.
I'll go with that.
I know that's not what Trustee Reese had asked for, but that's what I am comfortable with right now.
I'll go with that. I understand that it's difficult and it's at the very last minute, and there's a lot that people are doing a lot. I get it. I understand it, but I would be much more comfortable seeing that last version. So yes, I'll go with that.
Okay. So Chancellor, if we can just ensure that final versions are sent out in a one-way communication to all of the trustees. I want to make sure all the trustees are comfortable with that process. Someone's going to be responsible for sending them out to us.
You're responsible for making sure the one-way communication happens before they're sent.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chancellor. Okay. And college presidents, thank you. Thank you for indulging us in these wonderful conversations about the work that you're doing every day for your colleges. So hats off to you. The reports are looking fantastic. Can't wait to see the final version. With that, we'll move to consent calendar. And may I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. And a second. Thank you. And we will take roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Reese.
Oh, yes.
And Trustee Benia.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. I have a item 9.1. We're going to gavel in a public hearing to conduct a public hearing on the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and proposed College of Alameda Transportation Technology Center, and consider approval of adoption of resolution number 20/21-13, adopting the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, CEQA findings, mitigation measures, and mitigation monitoring reporting program for the project, and approval for the project. And if there are no comments, I will gavel out and we will take roll call. Thank you.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Brown.
Yes, but maybe it's just me, but I did not see the EIR. Maybe I didn't, maybe I couldn't get it on my computer. Did everybody else see it?
I have, let's see what I have.
Well, I mean, then I guess it was just the neg deck where they just file the paperwork, but I didn't see it.
May I comment, Chancellor? Or Board
Is that
President?
Lee?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Did we just see the Lee? You just got the neg deck form?
What it is the attachment there on the board agenda is it's not only the resolution, which is the first several pages, the actual mitigated negative deck report is behind that. It's all one.
Okay.
Right.
One attachment.
Okay, I didn't
It's
see
like
it.
165 pages. Yeah. Super
Yeah,
long.
Apologies for not separating. We often do, but it is just one document this time.
Okay, so Lee, what is it, Lee? What is it? Just because it's a school building and they don't have jurisdiction? Which is the negative? Which is the CEQA exemption?
The simple story is they looked at the 16 or so categories and didn't find any substantial findings and are declaring so in this document. And we're now asking the board to go ahead and approve that.
Chancellor or Trustee Brown, I have a couple of comments. This is Rachel Brilliant from Dennis Walliver Kelly. So I just want to clarify, you indicated the EIR. What is attached to this is the initial study and the mitigated negative declaration. And what that document, a CEQA consultant was hired by the district to study the project, and what that document indicated, which was what Lee basically summarized, is that as long as the mitigation factors are followed that are listed in the mitigation monitoring report that will be enforced for the construction of the project, that the project will not have a significant environmental impact. So this is saying this resolution is indicating that the district is the lead agency for the project. It's had an environmental consultant review the environmental impact of the project, and it's been able to determine that provided that the mitigation monitoring measures are followed, that the project will have no significant environmental impact.
Thank you. Lee answered my question. I understand the CEQA process, but I appreciate your primer on that.
Yeah, great.
Thank you. Continuing the roll call, Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Reese,
Yes.
and Trustee Benia.
Yes,
Thank you. It carries.
thank you. We're now on action items. Item 10.1, consider second reading and approval of proposed board policies. And you can see that there are 3 attached EPs to your item. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and take roll call on the item.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan,
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Reese,
Coming, yes.
okay, thank you, and President Benia.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 10.2, consider adoption of resolution 20/21-14 to declare October 19th through the 23rd, 2020 as Undocumented Student Action Week. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
And a second. Thank you. And if there's no discussion, we will take roll call.
Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan,
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
Trustee Reese,
Yes.
and Trustee Benia.
Yes.
Thank you. It carries.
Thank you. I'd like to take items 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5, and 10.6, which are all consider approval of each college, BCC, College of Alameda, Laney, and Merritt College, parcel tax expenditure plan for 2020-2022.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. And if there's no discussion, but I do have discussion. Trustee Gonzalez.
Just very briefly, I want to commend the administration for this. This is, in my history on the board, the first time we've actually done this. And I remember last year asking the question about how parcel tax spending was determined. And I remember being told by the then acting vice chancellor that these decisions were all made at the college level. And then I remember turning and seeing all the college presidents shake their heads like, nope, that's not what happens. It just gets done at the district level. We have no say over it at all. And this is different. And that's actually really important. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is an amazing improvement. Thank you.
Great.
As far as I can know, we could proceed to a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. We can proceed with roll call. I was on mute. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, President Benia. I was waiting for my cue.
Could you repeat the numbers again, please?
It's 10.3 through 10.6.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Withrow,
Yes.
Trustee Handy,
Yes.
Trustee Brown,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan,
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Reese?
Yes, and I'll just say to echo Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen, I think I asked a few people whether this had ever been done before with the parcel tax, something that this district has had for a while. And I have to say it is just wonderful to see that we are finally doing what we need to be doing in order to abide by
Are the ones
the
who are
parcel tax.
blocking.
So thank you, administration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And President Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 10.7, consider approval of classified personnel items. May I have a motion to approve, please?
So move.
Second.
And a second. Thank you. If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and take roll call.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy? We can come back to Trustee Handy. Trustee Brown? We'll come back to Trustee Brown. Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Reese?
Yes.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yeah.
Trustee Handy?
I'm sorry, what are we passing here?
This is 10.7 for classified personnel.
Hold on just a second, please.
I can move on to Trustee Brown.
Trustee Brown, yes. Oh, yeah, I did have a question. Is this a new program? Is this a new position?
Which one, Trustee? Trustee Handy.
The Project Manager Next Up program.
BC Whitaker?
Thank you, Chancellor. No, I don't believe that's a new position.
Okay, all right. All right, yes. I think Trustee Brown is saying she's lost audio. I saw a note pop up.
Oh, no. Okay. Trustee Brown, would you like to chat your answer or?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can't
President.
hear or respond.
Can we ask her if she approved item 10.7?
Trustee Brown just logged back off to log back on to be able to have on.
Okay.
While we're waiting for her to come back on, did I miss something? 6.2. Was I out of the room? Did we bypass the consent calendar?
I believe you voted on consent.
You did?
6.2 was pulled?
Oh.
It was not. It was 6.2 through 8.4, I believe.
No one pulled anything from consent.
Oh, consent was approved.
Sorry, that was not my intention. I wanted to have a discussion on 6.2.
Okay, we can come back to 10.6. I'm sorry, 10.7. Can we move to 10.8?
Move approval.
Which is consider approval. We can come back to 10.7. 10.8, consider approval of academic personnel. May I have a motion to approve? Thank you. If there's no discussion, we'll go ahead and take roll call on 10.8.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Brown. It's not back yet.
I'm back.
Oh.
Just got back. Sorry about that.
Wonderful.
And having tech problems. Now my computer's down, so I have to get my hard copy of the agenda. Sorry.
Okay.
Can you go around and come back to me? Because I am, my tech just blitzed all of a sudden.
Yes, I can. I'll come back to you for both 10.7 and 10.8. So we're on 10.8. Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing.
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein.
Yes.
Trustee Reese. Trustee Bonilla.
Yeah.
Okay, going back to Trustee Brown for 10.8.
Okay, I am looking at action items. Hold on, just flipping through the pages. And that is the, oh, okay. Oh, yes, yes. That's a yes.
Thank you. Okay. And if we could go back to 10.7, which is the approval of classified personnel.
And that vote call is for Trustee Brown.
10.7. Okay. Now, are we checking to make sure that that we are following all of our protocols and processes? I guess with regards to these items, and I guess that's the Chancellor can tell me that, or DC Whitaker through the Chancellor.
Oh, thank you so much, Trustee Brown. Yes, we're following the process for these classified and academic faculty personnel.
Great, thank you. Well, then that's a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Brown. So going back to 10.7, that motion passes, and 10.8, that motion passes.
Thank you. We are on item 10.9, consider applied management positions and one classified local 1021 position. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Madam President, I'd like to consider these items separately if we could, and separate out the public safety position for discussion. I don't have any problem with the others, and I'd just like us to put some attention on how we deal with this public safety position. As it's written, it's not written as a temporary thing that we're only going to do for a little bit and then move on. And so,
which is what we heard earlier at the top of the presentation for security.
So,
yeah.
Trustee Withrow, would you mind if we separated that one out, dealt with the two, and then came back? So the board clerk and the dispatcher move approval of those and then come back.
I think he's looking at him. Hold on. Trustee Withrow.
What do you?
Trustee Withrow, you made a motion, and I'm asking, could we modify this motion so that we
Substitute motion is accepted. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So then I'll second that.
And thank you. And for the record, can we show that the position of security service dispatcher has been removed, and we're approving under 10.9 the board clerk position, and I'm sorry, the board clerk position and the
dispatcher position.
And the dispatcher position. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we'll take roll, and we have a motion, substitute motion, a second, and we can take roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewing?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? Oh, I see I think you're on mute.
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
I don't know.
Thank you. Trustee Reese?
Yes.
Thank you. And President Bonilla?
Yes.
Do you want more?
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we'll consider the position of Director of Public Safety.
So moved.
And we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
For purposes of discussion, I will second this motion, but please have it noted that it's for purposes of discussion.
Thank you. So it's been approved and second, so we can have discussion on this position now. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. Chancellor, you obviously understand the issues. I think we've all gotten feedback. We've gotten assurances from the administration that this is purely temporary. As the position is written, it's really a police officer is what you want for this position. But I think what we really are looking for is somebody who's also capable of doing the transition and doing some incorporation. And that's a pretty different skill set than just somebody who's been a police officer for 5 years and a lieutenant or better or above command position for 2 years. It's a pretty different skill set. I understand that you need somebody to begin onboarding these various contractors and making sure that people understand ed code and public safety as it relates to community colleges. So there's a whole bunch of stuff in there that isn't simply restorative justice job. How do you propose to handle this transition here when obviously there's more conversation that needs to happen? What would you propose that we do here to accommodate your needs to do the implementation, but to fulfill the kind of the direction and purpose and policy goals of the board here?
Thank you so much, Trustee Ewan. What I would recommend really just simply is for us to revise the position description and bring it back for review and approval at the next board meeting. I'll have to, I'll take the comments from the speakers and the overall goals of the role, and as it's sitting within the area of DGS, and we'll modify. I think that's actually the best and easiest and the right thing to do, and bring it back for you at the next meeting, because that way we can spend a little bit more time seeing if there are other comparable, not having to recreate the wheel necessarily, but if there are other comparable descriptions that are available to us in the vein as describing it as our speakers had described earlier. And frankly, I think it really, to your point or to other people's points along the way, is some of the things that we do, we have to think about them differently. And this is an example of something that we just maybe should think about differently and bring it back. I don't think that by doing that, that it will necessarily delay what it is we're needing to do to meet the goal of the board's desire to have a different way of doing business when it comes to these kinds of things for our students and our faculty and staff and our community. That would be my recommendation.
Great. Then I'm just going to withdraw my second.
Right. So we have no motion to consider since the chancellor is pulling this position back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustee Withrow?
Unmute
your. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Based on just a lot of things that I've been involved in, the individual that you're probably going to end up with in this position is a retired police officer, not somebody with 2 years, 5 years, whatever, but somebody that's not burned out, but probably close, but one that has been involved in extensively in community policing, as opposed to out with the guns drawn and whatever. Somebody that has in the community policing thing, that understands the problems in mental health and how to deal with people that have mental health problems. That's my feeling. Just to share with you that this is not the sort of thing that somebody with 5 years in grade is going to want to be involved in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Handy?
Let them revise the description and come back in November meeting. That's my comment.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're moving forward. Item 10.10, consider ratification of the independent consultant agreement for professional services with Fubro USA Land, Inc. for the provision of geotechnical engineering services for Laney College Central Utility Plant Project in the amount not to exceed $65,000. Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. And this is a ratification, and unless there's discussion, we'll take roll call.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein? Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Thank you. That was a good toss.
I saw that.
Trustee Reese? Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. And our final item of the evening, 10.11, consider ratification of the revised MOU between Laney College and Oakland Unified School District for the operation of the Gateway to College program during the 2021 academic year. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
And a second? Thank you. Seeing no discussion, we can take roll call. Thank you.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Ewan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Reese?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes that portion, our item approval of the meeting, portion of the meeting, and we'll move to Board of Trustee reports. Trustee
I
Brown.
still wanted to bring up 6.2, Jelena.
I'm sorry, Trustee Handy, what was that?
I still wanted to go back to 6.2.
For consent, Trustee Brown, I would like to keep us moving forward. There were no discussions and no removal, no requests when we came to consent. So
I did
I'd like
I
to.
did not realize, excuse me, I did not realize that 6.2 was involved in that number, or I never would have agreed to it. And apparently I'm not the only one who missed that 6.2 was engaged in the blood. I did have questions about 6.2.
Okay.
If you don't think my
So
my questions are important, then move ahead. But
well, it's items. The entire consent calendar was voted on, and I believe you voted on consent calendar with everyone
but I'm
else.
telling you
But
now
I
that
would
that
love
was
to
not
hear your
intentional.
questions.
I'm telling you now
Trustee Handy,
that that was a mistake.
tell me your please share your questions.
In my notes I have here, who is monitoring these expenditures? First of all, that's one of the questions. And second, I see that all of these that we have here, what type of process did we go through? Was this open to the public? I understand that there are many people who were called back who had worked previously for the district, but this was not a process that that was sent out that would also involve small local minority, everything. This was basically, these people were given these positions. And the challenge that I have is that I'm not seeing any end number on it. I'm seeing their rate per hour. I'm not seeing any limitations on these expenditures. We're way higher than we have ever been for legal services in the 18 years that I've been here. And there doesn't seem to be any stopping on it. But I think that the public needs to know. I mean, when we have attorneys sitting in on our Zoom meetings, are they still receiving $315 an hour? When we have attorneys who are correcting staff's documents, contracts, are they still receiving $613 an hour when staff is giving them a draft and saying, why are they correcting my work? Are we paying for this? The other questions, there are many questions I have, but I think that we just have a wide open piece for expenditures that we're not showing our due diligence by having a limitation on it, by having specific outlines of where their work is, I understand that on one piece we have attorneys that work in DGS on specific contracts, but then we have other attorneys reviewing those attorneys' contracts. So this is a matter of oversight. What their going rate is, that's not really an issue for me, but I think that we are approving a list, but we really don't have any idea of where this is all going. We haven't set any boundaries for it. And we also didn't have an open process that invited other community members to participate in this process. So I have some concerns that I wanted to express, and not unlike the concerns that we all pretty much agreed to in our earlier meeting. What are we getting for this? What are the perimeters? And who is monitoring all of these expenditures? And I believe that falls under the guidelines of fiduciary responsibility for trustees.
So thank you, Trustee Handy, for those questions. And yes, they were raised in a different context earlier. And Chancellor, would you like to take them under advisement and bring back information to the board?
Absolutely, definitely.
Thank you. So we can move to, I believe I was on Board of Trustee reports, and Trustee Brown.
Sorry, had to get to the mute button.
Let's see. First installment of the effective trustee program. For DEI, we've added a new trustee training on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we did the first taping for the first segment. Gosh, was that last week? Yeah, last week. And went pretty well. Had a lot of people that were even out of state listening to the program. And so the idea is to develop the series, because the first was concepts. Not everybody starts at the same place with equity work. And so we are developing the rest of the series, and that will be available through CCLC's effective trustee program. And it's a new category. You can earn your sort of do your training as a trustee in various issues, finance and board governance. And this is the first time that we've added equity. So hopefully we'll be able to make some changes to the structure that was built with a sort of a built-in exclusionary practices that don't consider the range of diversity that we have in our state now. And we as trustees can help make those changes with understanding and with support. So that's what our work was. So it took a lot of hours, but we got it done.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Trustee Brown. Trustee Withrow?
Just one item. I don't know how many people noted it, but we had 2,029 pages in our agenda tonight. Nothing. Even for a speed reader, that's a lot to read in 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Gonzalez?
I'll pass this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Handy?
I'm still doing the meal support giveaways at occur on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Merritt College, we really could use some more volunteers. It's getting to be a little thin, but the numbers of people coming are growing. So sometimes we have 800 meals and produce boxes and things on the side. Today we had produce boxes on a Tuesday, which is unusual. Not produce, but dairy boxes. So we really could use some more volunteers for anyone who wants to come. And if they do want to come, we need them to show up at 11, because we set up and we take it down. And if anybody wants to donate some tents, we lost quite a few of them in the windstorm. They flew over the fence and out into the streets. So if anybody has some extra, those little pop-up tents that they don't need anymore, or Kerr could certainly use that donation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Weinstein?
Okay, so I want to say a few words. I want to thank the students who we heard earlier this evening, who are doing civic engagement and voting rights and affirmative action. Really appreciate that they're doing that. It's inspirational. And also want to thank the people who are involved with Black Minds Matter. They're obviously doing a great job, and I'm learning from them. Also want to thank Trustee Brown and Trustee Handy for the work that they're doing, which is very, very important. For me, it's been a busy few weeks. I was invited by Planned Parenthood New England to come and speak about the history of reproductive rights. And the reason why I bring that up is because we are entering into a very scary time when perhaps our reproductive rights will be challenged. And I will say that having had an illegal abortion many, many years ago, where I was blindfolded and locked in a room with a person who I did not know was a doctor or a nurse or whatever. I was lucky to survive, and I know that there are people out there, women out there who did not survive. So the reason why I say this is because it's important that we do not take any of our rights for granted, because they can be taken away from us very easily. And we have a new Supreme Court, so we need to pay attention to the rights of all people. So that was a rather interesting, very interesting to speak there, and to speak with a lot of younger women who didn't realize that at one point you couldn't even get birth control at a college. It was illegal. So we have come a long way, and let's see if we can sustain that. Also want to thank the Women's Caucus for inviting me to be on the advisory committee. I think that's going to be a really important caucus. I don't know how much I'll be involved in it, but I want to thank them for that. And other than that, I think that I just want to say, everybody, get out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein, and thank you for sharing that. Trustee Reese?
Sorry, just a few very quick things. Maybe first, ACCJC is having their commissioner professional development the next 2 days, and we're really going to be focused on what does peer evaluation and peer review look like in times of COVID, or more like in times of crisis, because obviously that's a question that's on many of our minds in terms of what does the educational landscape look like as we deal with everything that we're dealing with. And then we're also going to be over time looking at, how does DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, affect our standards, and how does that affect accreditation? Because those are things that the commission is doing in order to remain relevant. There are also 2 things that I want to call your attention to: 2 webinars by ACCJC, that's distance education and the quality of distance education, that already happened, but it's available on the webinar on the website. And on 11/17, November 17, there will also be a webinar on hosted by ACCJC that talks about federal regulations and the changes and how that's going to affect accreditation. And then the last thing definitely that I want to bring forth is the Peralta Citizen, the Citizen article that was incredibly well written. So just a kudos and just a hats off to the writers and the journalists, just great quality of work. And that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our students for all that they've had to and continue to endure during this pandemic, all of the families, and just the tremendous amount of impact that this has had just across our country, in our communities, and just taking a moment to just appreciate everyone and all the work that they do: faculty, staff, administrators, college presidents, trustees, all the work that you do to support our students and put students first. So I just want to say a simple thank you to everyone. And with that, we'll move into announcements. Madam Vice President?
Madam President, I don't have official announcements, but the 2 announcements that I believe are important for us to remember. Is somebody not muted? Whoever is not muted. Our next meeting will be on Tuesday, November 10. Again, everyone, as Trustee Weinstein had said, vote, vote, vote. And then the third, we're going to need a moment to maybe close the meeting thinking about in honor of Guy Faulkner and Scott String. And those are all the announcements for the evening, Madam President.
Thank you so much. And that will conclude our meeting, and the meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Thank
Good
you.
night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.